I love those lights here on stage. Perfect. I can't see anything. Good morning, everybody. We will start now the Amiga 38 with an opening speech by Trevor Dickinson. Trevor, who is the main sponsor of the show for the 5th time now. So thank you very much, Trevor, for supporting us in such a kind way. It's really appreciated and helpful. Without your support, I think we can't organize this show as it is. So thank you very much for all your help and your support for all the Amiga community and especially here now for the Amiga 38. So thank you very much, Trevor.
Thanks very much. I've been practicing this, so please, my French is terrible, right? So I recently went to see the show Cabaret with my wife in London, and I love the opening number, and it's Willkommen, bienvenue, welcome. So it's my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to Amiga 38. I'm very honored to follow in the footsteps of people like Petro, who opened the first Amiga show in 2015. As you probably most know, I'm the co-founder of Aeon Technology and a self-confessed Amigaholic. Not only have I used, researched, and written about Amigas, I've also invested a lot of time, money, effort, and angst developing new Amiga hardware and software, and have contributed to many community projects. I've been a Commodore and Amiga user, or should that be fanatic, since 1978. Yes, I'm really that old. I think I'm even older than RJ, I'm not sure. My love affair with the Amiga started in 1988, after my Commodore 128D was destroyed in a thunderstorm when I was living in Houston, Texas. The strike hit the house, came down the phone line, and wiped out the system. According to my house insurance policy, it was an act of God, so who was I to argue with that? It's strange thinking back. Yes, I was actually online back then. In fact, I was online with a Commodore PET in 1979 with a 300 baud modem. Those were the days. Anyway, my first Amiga, with insurance money, I bought my first Amiga. It was an Amiga 2000, ugly brute, but you know, I have a lot of affection for it, so expandable. Eventually, I upgraded to an Amiga 3000 and 4000, and I used a collection of big box Amigas in my business for desktop publishing, graphics work, video work, and I used those up to the early 2000s. I really wanted an Amiga 5000. Unfortunately, Commodore went bust. But that hope died, temporarily. Fast forward to 2006. I began writing articles for Amiga Retrospective magazine in the UK. Total Amiga magazine, and the articles were called Amiga Retrospective, looking at the Amiga models created by Commodore and ESCOM. After Total Amiga ceased publication, the series moved to Amiga Future magazine and ran for another 18 issues. That was followed by the Classic Reflection series that looked at the people and companies that contributed to the Amiga's success and what happened to them after the Commodore bankruptcy. However, I still wanted my Amiga 5000. I was inspired when I was writing the articles, and the crazy idea, maybe we could create a new Amiga, a next generation Amiga. And that ended funding the development of the Amiga 1 X1000 in 2010, which was eventually released in 2012. It took another 3 years before I got my Amiga 5000 in the form of an Amiga 1 X5000. And you can see several of them downstairs on the AAA technology booth. The A1222 Plus is another story, and if you want to know more about that, you need to read the book that I've written with David Pleasance and there's full details on that. And I'll be talking about the A1222 Plus in my presentation. Let's get back to Amiga Germany. Since its inception in 2015, Amiga Germany has grown to become the leading Amiga show in the world. So well done to you. It's because of you, it's the leading Amiga show. Who would have thought that 30 years ago, that Commodore, after Commodore's demise, that people would still be celebrating and gathering in large and increasing large numbers to support and look after this wonderful, amazing machine. But it's a testament to people like Marcus and his volunteers who ensure that shows like this go on. They don't go on without an awful lot of background work. So thank you, Marcus. Without your support, this show would not be here. Yeah. What you probably don't know is that in late 2014, prior to the Amiga 30th anniversary, Marcus contacted me to share his plans for Amiga Germany. He knew I was part of the Amiga 30 committee for the show in Mountain View, California, the spiritual home of the Amiga, and he just worried, would it get enough interest from a German audience, from a European audience? And I said, don't be silly, Marcus. Commodore and Amiga are massive in Germany. You should go ahead. So I provided a little bit of seed funding, and Marcus and his team did the rest. And Amiga 2015, Amiga 30 in Germany was a lively and vibrant show, and the attendance matched that of the Computer History Museum show in California. Excuse me. Of course, Marcus followed the Amiga 30 with Amiga 32 and Amiga 34, both in Neuss. And then last year, and then of course we had the hiatus caused by an event that shall not be named. And then last year, the show moved to Mönchengladbach, its current location. And with last year, I think the registrations over 2 days was 1,400 people, making it probably the largest show of this century. I'm pleased to reveal that once again, Aon is the gold sponsor for the show and for the 5th show in a row. But Amiga Germany is a celebration for all Amigans, irrespective of your particular Amiga flavor. Your idea of an Amiga might be a pimped out 68K machine. It might be a classic, it might be a custom built next generation machine. It might be a Power PC, it might be Morph OS, it might be Eros, it might be OS4. It might be x86 emulation, it might be ARM, it might be FPGA. Whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. It's talented Amigans continuously developing new Amiga-inspired hardware and software in all its many hues and flavors, and long may it continue. So, whether it's a classic 68K inspired Vampire board, a community-driven project like AMI ITX or Akiko 32, or powerful next-generation Power PC systems from Aon Technology or A-Cube Systems, the Amiga spirit still exists in all its glorious forms. But the Amiga scene is not about hardware and software. It's epitomized by the enduring collective passion of the community of enthusiasts, developers, makers, and companies who have managed to keep the Amiga dream alive. You, we are Amiga. So once again, welcome to Amiga 38 Germany. Let the fun begin. Thank you. I think I'm going to continue, because no one's here to say I can't. And I'm going to put on my Aon Technology hat now and talk about, I'm going to give you a little history lesson. I think, writing the Vultures to Vampire books gave me a feeling for history. Things don't happen, and certainly in the Amiga world, don't happen overnight, and they're quite slow and convoluted, and it takes time. So that's what I want to explore a little bit with my presentation on the for Amiga Germany. Way back in 2012, just after the release of the Amiga 1X 1000, Matthew Leam and I were already making plans for a replacement motherboard due to the scarcity of the PA semi CPUs, scarcity and cost. Freescale were promoting a new series of a P series of CPUs with a guaranteed 10-year availability. You know, when you're sitting with computers where you can't get the CPU, that sounded very attractive to us. We wanted to create a lower cost motherboard and potentially support multiple CPU options at various price points, an entry level, mid and high. I say high, I say professional really, but you know, all small scale manufacturing is expensive. So, you know, it's difficult getting the costs down. We made plans for a new motherboard. We hadn't decided official names yet, but if you know anything about the Aeon motherboards, they're all named after characters from the Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. So Dakar was chosen for possibly a replacement for the X1000, a full-size board, and we had another Cyrus was another name for maybe a smaller board that could have multiple CPUs. In the end, we chose the Cyrus route and decided to create a board that would support 2 or 3 CPUs at different price points. Eventually, we selected the expandable Cyrus design, micro ATX size, and using 2 pin-compatible Freescale CPUs. It was going to be a P3041 and a P5020. Like most CPU manufacturers, they advertise the chips, but they're not actually available. So although they had the P5020, it wasn't really available in any numbers, and it was the early versions. So we decided to create a board based on the P3041. And it was a 1.5 gigahertz dual-core 32-bit CPU, and we thought it would be an entry-level mid-performance machine compared to the X1000, for example. And there it is in all its glory. It was produced, 4 prototypes produced, and anyone that's been involved in producing prototype motherboards, you know, from scratch, these are not cheap, and the development's it's not inexpensive, and the boards are very expensive to produce. But the trouble was, it took a year, and the system really didn't work. They had real problems with pin compatibility, board layers, and in the end, we decided, look, let's scrap the idea of this board. Let's go for a full ATX board, and Cyrus Plus was what was imagined. So Cyrus 1 became Cyrus 2 and became Cyrus Plus, full-size board. And at this time, around the same time, Freescale had brought out, or it hadn't brought them out, but announced the P5040 CPU, 64-bit, 4-core, 2.4 gigahertz supposedly. And we thought, well, we could have a mix. We could have 3041s, we could have 5020s and P5040s. And we could mix them and do different price points. But as always happens, feature creep, costs. The cost of a P3040 version was going to be about the same as a P5020 version. So eventually we dropped the P3041 and just started with the P5020, and still didn't have the P5040s because they still weren't available really in any numbers. Varus came back to us and said, look, we think we can make a motherboard for you which is a much smaller mini ITX form factor. We can cut all the cost out, and if you order in large numbers, we can get it down to an affordable number for you to sell to your customers. And we thought, that's a great idea. But looking around at the CPUs at the time, the only ones available, despite all the advice from other people, the only ones available were which would match our series was the P1022, which was a 32-bit dual core, 1.2 gigahertz with a special SPE FPU, which you've probably heard a lot about. So to get the price down, we signed a contract for 1,000 boards and prepaid for the CPUs. I'm glad we did, because the CPUs are now 3 times the price. So we had all these CPUs, but we didn't have. You'll hear why. So there we are. In March 2014, the first prototypes were produced, and there is the first prototype board, version 1 of the. It was called Tabor. Tabor, again, a name from Jules Verne's Mysterious Island. There's the machine that was going to be the entry-level, mid-performance Amiga 1. 50 boards were produced. We agreed a beta test program with Hyperion Entertainment for OS 4. And the first 10 boards were sent to developers to allow them to look at drivers and various other things. But it took an awful long time for OS 4 to be ported to this board for a number of reasons, which I don't want to go into. If you want to find out, read the book. But fortunately, we had a great core Linux support team of volunteers, headed by people like Christian Zagotsky, who's in the room. Hopefully he's in the room. If you're not, he's downstairs. And they soon ported Debian, Slytaz, and various other PowerPC operating systems to the board to fully test the board functionality and all the onboard components. We even donated 2 boards to the Debian SPE official build program, and they were running 24/7 for about 18 months, 2 years. So it really did, test the integrity of the motherboard design. There it is, the version 1.1 in all its glory, but we still didn't have OS 4 for it. So it's built for OS 4, we didn't have OS 4. And there's an early version of Debian PowerPC running on the board, and that's actually running Amiga OS 3.9 under EUAE. So there you are, we have a next generation Amiga running Linux, running Amiga OS 3.9 under emulation. And according to Christian, it performed very well. Eventually, we got an alpha release of Amiga OS 4 in late November 2016, and the first developer pre-released in January 2017. I commissioned a load time emulator to assist with any FPU instructions. Onboard Ethernet drivers were created by Rennie Olsen and Jamie Kruger. UBeat firmware was updated by Mark Olsen, a MorphOS developer. Audio drivers were written by Lyle Hazelwood. And eventually an updated ISO was created by Tony Wyatt. But you can see the time keeps ticking on, tick, tick, tick. And we spent an awful lot of money by this stage, and we still didn't have anything we could sell. And fortunately, Aon works on a software package called Enhancer, and Enhancer is fully compatible with all of our hardware, X1000, X5000, and the A1222. And there's a DV player running an HD video on the A1222 with Enhancer 2.2. Fortunately, if you know anything about the history of Aon, we had X5000 motherboards piling up in our warehouse. We were getting 30 a month delivered, which had to be paid for. And at that stage, we still didn't have an operating system that was usable for Amiga OS 4 operating system that was usable. So we weren't able to sell them. So eventually, when we had about 500 boards at almost £1,000 each sitting in our warehouse and no money coming in, things were getting a bit desperate. And with 1,000, even at the price we paid Veritas for the motherboards, which I think was about £300 plus the CPU costs. 100 times that is another big number. So, things were looking a bit tough. And then that happened. We all know that what happened with COVID. The world went into shock. Commerce stopped. Countries shut down their borders. I was locked in New Zealand for 3 years, couldn't leave. It was a strange time. And trying to build a new motherboard during this period was very, very difficult. We took control of the build of the motherboard from Ultra Viruses. Viruses had been acquired by a big company in the UK called Ultra. And our plan was that we'd recreate the motherboard under Aeon. And we signed an agreement with A-Cube, and A-Cube agreed to use their manufacturing companies in Italy to source the components and build some prototypes. It took 2 years, mainly through shortage of components, and in mid-2021, the first version 1.3 prototype was released under A-Cube's supervision, and it took a couple of months to bring up the board and get OS 4 running on it, but I'm pleased to say it actually happened. The plan then was to build 110 boards as early adopter models and sell them to hopefully willing customers. But the fallout from COVID-19 meant there were worldwide component shortages. Manufacturing costs skyrocketed, in some cases 300%, and price increases. One component that was $6.83 was offered at $420 each, or you can wait a year for it. And so it was a really difficult time. But eventually we tracked down all the missing components. We placed an order with the manufacturing company in Italy, Mass Elettronica, and I just wanted it to happen. So I said, look, we're going to have to do this. I'm going to fund it. Whatever happens, I'm going to fund it. If no one buys it, I don't care. We're going to get this board out because we promised it. It's been going so long. We spent so much time, money, and effort. I want it out. So that's what we did. I paid money to the manufacturers. They've had a 50% deposit. Once they finish the boards, they get the other 50%, and we get the boards. So I thought that's a good, let's just do that. I mean, let's just not sit on our backsides and wait for it to happen. Let's just do it. Fortunately, I've got a business partner called Matthew Lehman who keeps me sane most of the time, so he's doing all these crazy things. But I think that we had to do it this time. I think it was really important. And one of the boards that has been produced is down below in the machine, and this is from AAA Technology, Lauren and Frank of Amiga Computers, and they sent to me this week, the images from the machine running this week. But Aeon's not just about A1222. I talked about the CPUs, the P5020 and P5040. I'm pleased to say we've now sold all of the P5040 systems. They've gone out, and now we're selling only P5020 systems, and now we're selling only P5040 systems. And you'll see 3 or 4 downstairs running various operating systems. It runs Amiga OS, the latest version of Amiga OS 4, and the latest version of Enhancer from Aeon Technology. It runs the latest version of Morph OS very nicely from Morph OS team, and it runs many PowerPC Linux distributions, including Phoenix 6.01 from Casey Cullen, which is a really nice Linux operating system, fully featured, just works out the box. Well recommended. We've got a new update version of Enhancer coming out. That'll be out for Christmas probably. It's got a lot of updates, bug fixes, some nice new little utilities. So if you're an Enhancer owner, you'll get this free of charge. So look out for that. A little project we've been working on with Hans de Ruyter, our graphics developer, is a Virtuo GPU driver for Picasso 96, with a lot of interest in running QEMU. How do I pronounce that? Is it QEMU? QEMU? Anyone got an idea? No. Well, I'll just say QEMU because I like that. It's a virtual GPU for use with emulators and virtual machines. It's developed for Aeon by Hans de Ruyter. And it looks like a regular PCI device. So passing the graphics through the host operating system's graphics drivers. So if you want to emulate a Pegasus 2 running OS 4 with one of these emulators, QEMU or KVM, then you can get a nice, fast machine under emulation, graphics-wise. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's a lot faster than what's there at the moment. And it gives you nice high screen modes. There's an image at 2048 by 1162, 24-bit. So you're not limited to the old Picasso screen modes or the other drivers that have been produced for this. And there's it running emulation of Pegasus under QEMU, running OS 4, and showing the PCI display controller. Another image running the Odyssey web browser, under emulation on a Pegasus 2, or Pegasus 2 under emulation. So it works ongoing. Version 5 is 0.5 has just been released. It's very usable as it is, and I think it will. Those interested in OS 4 that don't want to buy a PowerPC machine will have the option of running OS 4 at a reasonable speed and performance under emulation. So I hope that interests people who are in that camp. Future potential, it could be used. The Virtio library could be used for more drivers such as networks, SCSI, and many others. And it may allow OS 4 to be run natively in a KVM using a host OS drivers. So it makes things a lot easier. All I'm going to say is watch this space. It's an interesting one. It's not one that, I like hardware, I like the hardware we build, but, emulation is there. Why not use it? And now a shameless plug for the Vultures to Vampire trilogy. I spent 3 or 4 years of my life working on this, and it's a bit like the A1222. I'm so pleased it's out. It tells the story of what happened to Commodore and Amiga IP after the failure of Commodore, and all of the companies and individuals who valiantly tried to resurrect the Amiga's fortunes, and coming to present day where we've got all the makers, enthusiasts, bedroom coders, builders, companies who are still pouring lots of time, money, and effort into keeping this thing alive. I'm pleased to say that Volume 2 and all the volumes are downstairs, but Volume 2 and 3 three's just been released. 2 was released about a month ago. So the trilogy's out. So all those naysayers who said it wasn't going to happen, and Yabu sucks. But lastly, I want to give special thanks to people who helped to contribute to the book. Dave Haney, who provided the foreword for the 3rd volume, but was also our technical sounding board. Every time I had a question which I thought, that's not quite right, I'd ask Dave and he'd give me a good answer. Gary Hare, who was the CEO of Amiga Inc. under Penticuri for a couple of years. He's revealed some previously untold dark secrets that no one knows, but you'll find out if you read the book. That's in Volume 2. Eugene Van Oos, who's currently the CEO of Commodore Corporation BV, who owned the Commodore trademarks. He helped us understand the even more convoluted tale of the Commodore trademarks and the various problems and trials and tribulations they've had. But finally, I want to thank the amazing Amiga community. I've already said it in the opening speech, but without you, we wouldn't have this. Without our makers, our developers, our enthusiasts, and our crazy people, we would not have this, vibrant community that we have today in all its glorious flavors. So thank you too. And you'll be pleased to know that's the end of my speech. So if you've got any questions, I can take them now. I'm not sure what the timing is because we're running behind time. Okay, so any questions? Yeah, RJ. Ah, right. Right. Is there a reason why 122 was chosen as the A1222? Two reasons. One, it was a P1022 CPU, so pretty boring really. There's a reason. But the main reason is that Matthew Lehman's boyhood Amiga was an Amiga 1200. And he loved the Amiga 1200, and he wanted an Amiga 1200. So this was going to be his next generation Amiga 1200 with a 22 at the end because it was the P1022 CPU. So thanks for the question. I should have mentioned that. Anyone else? Okay, if there are no other questions, you can come. I don't know, at these events, people don't like to ask questions, but you can come and pick me out later during the show. I'll be happy to answer any questions you've got. So thanks very much.
Test, Test. Ah, wunderbar. Ich sehe gar nichts. Es ist alles schwarz und es sitzen Leute. Nicht vor dem was?
Ja, jetzt müsste es klappen. Wunderbar. Ja, hier geht es gleich weiter. Zwischendurch wollen wir hier immer kleine Spielchen machen und euch die Chance geben, bei uns kleine Gutscheine.
Wir wollen keine kleinen Spielchen machen.
Große Spielchen, selbstverständlich. Nein, wir stellen euch einfache Fragen und wer die beantworten kann, bekommt ein paar Gimmicks, die wir mitgebracht haben, oder kann bei uns am Stand auch einen Gutschein einlösen. Wer gestern noch nicht hier war, wir sind Robin und Patrick vom Retro-Spieleclub aus Hamburg, ein bespielbares
Also ich
Museum.
bin Robin, das ist Patrick.
Das ist richtig und einige kennen uns vielleicht auch vom Retro-Kompott-Podcast. Wir können euch wirklich nicht sehen hier, das ist ein bisschen gemein mit dem Licht.
Ich kann euch schon sehen, aber ich sehe nur Umrisse.
Aber nicht, wer ist.
Das brauchst du auch nicht.
Wir gucken mal. Das heißt, wir machen mal 1, 2 kleine Testfragen an euch vorweg und dann geht es hier auch mit dem Programm weiter. Also wer eventuell hier eine Kleinigkeit gewinnen möchte, muss einfach nur einfache Fragen beantworten und bekommt dann etwas von uns. Wer Lust hat, einfach kurz melden oder zur Bühne vorkommen und dann stelle ich eine Frage. Wenn sie richtig beantwortet ist, gibt es einen kleinen Gutschein, ein kleines Gimmick. Sucht euch Robin raus.
Eine Finca in Spanien. Ach nee, das war was anderes.
Wer hat Lust, hier eine einfache Frage zum Thema Amiga zu beantworten? Einfach melden oder nach vorne kommen. Wir fangen auch einfach an, versprochen.
Wie viel Bit sind 2 Megabyte?
Das ist nicht die Frage, aber egal. Wie gesagt, traut euch, sonst melden, dann kommen wir runter, wenn ihr nicht vorkommen wollt, wäre auch kein Problem.
Meinst du?
Meine ich, wenn ich es sehen würde. Wenn keiner was will, ist es auch kein Problem.
Aber du hast doch gesagt, du siehst gar keine. Da ist Gott wieder. Er sitzt genau unter der Lampe.
Wir sehen jemanden, ja. Da ist ein Mutiger. Erstmal ein Applaus für den Mut, hier an die Bühne zu kommen.
Der wollte nur fragen, wo die Toiletten sind, Patrick.
Ja, komm mal hoch, gerne.
Achso, du kannst auch hochgehen.
Alles klar. Wer bist du?
Ich bin Sebastian.
Wunderbar, dann machen wir eine einfache Frage. Es gab...
Weil er Sebastian heißt, oder was? Dann machen wir eine einfache Frage, weil er Sebastian heißt.
Nein, wir hatten noch nicht so viele Sebastians hier. Du kannst alles noch retten.
Okay.
Also, wir versuchen es mal. Es gab in Deutschland eine Veranstaltung, als der Amiga rauskam damals. Ja. Und ich möchte nur wissen, wer hat die in Deutschland moderiert?
Das weiß ich, das war Frank Elstner.
Das ist korrekt. Ein kleiner Applaus.
Ein
Robin, ein Gutschein.
Bitteschön.
Kannst auch gerne ihm noch ein Goodie von unserem Tisch hinten geben.
Ein Goodie von unserem Tisch?
Wunderbar, vielen Dank.
Keks oder was?
Nein, von uns. Warte mal, wir gucken mal eben.
Also so schlimm mit Sebastians ist nicht, aber es gibt sehr viele von euch, muss ich dir sagen.
Du bekommst von uns noch...
Ja, er liefert, genau.
Du bekommst von uns noch eine Tasse von unserem Museum.
Noch ein Sebastian, der liefern möchte hier.
So, haben wir noch
Ich nehme auch Christians oder Andreas innen.
Wer möchte, einfach melden, wie gesagt. Wenn ihr schon alles habt, dann natürlich nicht.
Wenn alles hart?
Ich weiß es ja nicht, wer alles hat, sag ich.
So.
Da kommt wieder ein Mutiger, dann gucken wir mal.
Ich sag mal, ein Christian vielleicht.
Alexander, aber
Alexander ist auch gut. Die sind dann ein bisschen älter als die Christians.
ich glaube schon, ja.
Ja, wann erschien das CD-TV?
Oh. 1991.
Ganz knapp vorbei. Weiß es jemand und
Ich
möchte...
habe das übrigens auch
dann
gesagt.
kommen wir
Patrick
einmal
hat mich
kurz
auch schon gefragt.
Fragen wir weiter.
1993?
Da war ein anderes wichtiges Gerät, aber nicht
CD
das
stimmt
CD-TV.
schon, aber
92.
auch falsch.
Und außenrum waren die beiden anderen Geräte.
Da hinten, die haben auch nicht mehr viel Chancen. Wenn sie jetzt 86 sagen, lache ich laut, okay?
Wir haben nicht mehr so viele Jahre.
Oh, warte mal.
Ja, das ist zum CD-TV korrekt. Wenn du möchtest, komm kurz nach vorne oder beziehungsweise wir reichen es dir durch. Wir reichen es dir durch. Einmal
Herzlichen
den Gutschein.
Glückwunsch.
So,
ich meine, es
und-
waren nicht mehr viele Möglichkeiten.
So, und du bekommst auch gleich was. Komm gleich mal zu uns da hinten, damit wir da sind. Ist kein Problem. Ja, einen machen wir noch.
Ja, natürlich, sonst wird alles weggeklaut, was wir auf dem Tisch stehen haben.
Genau. Wer möchte noch eine Chance haben? Vielleicht müssen wir es
Wer
doch
möchte
noch
noch eine
vereinfachen.
Chance haben?
Naja, es ist eine Chance.
Eine Chance für die Liebe,
Eine Chance für den Amiga,
für
genau.
die Amiga-Liebe. Ich nehme
Machen wir mal eine schwere Frage und dann gibt es auch etwas mehr. Eine schwere Frage.
ich suche die mal raus für jemanden in schwer. Hier,
Wer kann-
rot, genau, T-Shirt, Commodore, selber schuld?
Wir machen es einfach. Ich stelle die Frage, ihr
Nein,
meldet
du
euch.
gehst mal zu ihm und stellst ihm die Frage. Er wird sie beantworten können, ich bin mir sicher.
Ich weiß es nicht. Welches Spiel lag dem Amiga 1000 sehr oft bei und ist dadurch eines der meist verbreiteten Spiele der Anfangszeit gewesen?
Ja, da weiß jemand was, also der darf nicht, nee, nicht hingehen.
Der kommt
Der
dann.
weiß ja, das geht ja nicht. Aber er überlegt noch, Patrick, er überlegt noch, nicht weglaufen.
Okay.
Das ist auch schwer.
Wer war denn der?
Hier links, die wissen es.
Es wissen es, weil wir fragen einfach mal hier hinten. Wir gehen mal in die letzte Reihe, die denken immer, sie kommen nicht dran. Nein.
Ich meine, allein die Idee, dass jemand einen Amiga 1000...
Mindwalker.
Das ist korrekt.
Wahnsinn!
Super, Glückwunsch dafür. Wir wussten es vor der Recherche nicht.
Und warum
muss ich
nimmst du keinen
zugeben.
Gutschein mit? So weit kann ich nicht werfen.
Ich weiß, ich hole ihn und ich hole noch was von hinten. Ich werde hier von Papier erschlagen, das ist nicht schön.
Das ist mein Fetisch. Soll ich
Niemals vor einem
dir,
Mikro rumrennen.
echt? Soll ich das noch dreimal auf den Kopf nageln, dass du nicht mit dem Mikro vor der Box rumläufst? Das nützt
So
nicht, dass
geht's
du
besser.
langsamer
Wo ist
gehst
er
oder
hin? Da ist er.
schneller.
Einmal herzlichen Glückwunsch und wenn du hinten bei uns was findest, kannst du den gerne noch einlösen. So, wir können ja mal gucken. Ist der Michael Schulz schon da?
Michael Schulz.
Ist schon da? Wunderbar.
Wunderbar.
Dann bist du bereit soweit? Dann machen wir weiter im Programm. Wir machen nachher gerne noch weiter mit dem Fragespielchen. Ihr könnt euch ja schon mal vorbereiten. Ein Applaus für Michael für den nächsten Vortrag und viel Vergnügen.
Sollen wir dich noch ankündigen mit irgendwas? You wanna have something like an introduction into your work?
Yeah, I have something like that.
You have something like that? We should say that. Normally it's our work to say what you are, and that looks nice. Okay, just a second. I have a look that if I've got something to tell Michael Schulz. He called himself a mixture of physicist, chemist, software developer and hobbyist electronic designer. He was involved in creation of AROS, the AROS research operating system aiming at software compatibility with 80s famous Amiga OS, whereas improving it in many places. He was responsible for low-level part of the system, writing drivers, USB stack porting systems to new architectures and platforms like PowerPC, Effica, SAM440EP, ARM, Raspberry Pi, x86, native port, working on bare metal, or x86-64. Yes, AROS is the first Amiga-like operating system working in true 64-bit mode.
Yeah, thank you. All right, hello everyone. Today it's not about AROS, it's about PiStorm and MU68, the open source accelerator for your Amigas. The talk will be split into 4 parts, short introduction, a little bit about the accelerator and MU68, and then what we are working on, what are the future plans and so on. Okay, so let's start with introduction. What was PiStorm? Claude Schwartz was working in 2020 on connecting Amiga to his Raspberry Pi. His aim was to control Amiga with different device, with Raspberry, without Motorola CPU. He has made an FPGA interface which was matching M68 bus, and he had a software working on Raspberry Pi which was controlling the Amiga. His work was followed by many people on Twitter, for example, and he was showing how he's, for example, playing videos from Raspberry Pi directly on ECS chipset, and yeah, the speed was hardly limited by the emulator. On the other hand, there was me. I was working at that point on Aeros, and Aeros for Raspberry Pi. I was looking for the M68 emulator, and most of them were licensed incompatible with Aeros, so I have decided to have a look if I can write one emulator like that, and yeah, it happens, it seems I can. Yeah, so by the end of the 2090, I have moved to the bare metal, which means the M68 was still working without Amiga, but it was working on Raspberry Pi exclusively, which was in principle turning Raspberry Pi into M68 Raspberry Pi. So you could write anything accessing Raspberry Pi hardware directly in Motorola code. It was pretty funny, and by the end of 2020, I have said, yeah, MU68 is in principle ready. It's so far perfect, I would say, and yeah, I was absolutely and awfully wrong. Yeah, and then at some point, I was lacking the hardware. I mean, I could write some software for Raspberry Pi, but the base of the software available for Amiga is so huge. That's the perfect test bed where you can just run everything you want and see and find out if it's working or not. And yeah, then we have met, I mean, me and Claude. It was pure accident that we are mostly ready by the same time. He had the hardware to control Amiga. I had the software which was running on Raspberry Pi. So I would say the cooperation was unavoidable. Yeah, we just had to do it together. Yeah, so that's the open source accelerator then. Our design goals are the PiStorm is the FPGA bridge, which is providing translation layer between M68 bus and Raspberry Pi. M68 is running on Raspberry Pi without any other operating system. It's starting directly when you power on the Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi hardware, I mean the all hardware which Raspberry Pi has, exposed in the 32-bit address space of Amiga, which means you can write driver for any kind or any part of Raspberry Pi with that. We have made already few drivers for that, and the other ones are in the work. It's the bare metal code, which means you really have no other operating system running there, and the access to the 40-bit address space of Amiga is triggers MMU exceptions, and the handler is then talking to the Amiga through the Raspberry Pi interface. The MU68, a little bit about that. It's the just-in-time translator. And some people were asking me, can you switch off the just-in-time translation? Yes, you can. You can just power off the Amiga. I mean, MU68 is pure just-in-time. There is nothing, no interpreter like that. It's looking at the address which has to be executed. It's searching for the translator block in the cache area of MU68. If it finds one, it executes it, and if not, it translates. There are several optimizations in the MU68. One of the most important ones is elimination of CCR calculations. Also some small parts like program counter, which is not updated after every instruction, just at the end of translated block, or if it's necessary. There is inlining of subroutines, lob unrolling, and instruction merging. Important part which was implemented a few weeks ago is inlining and unrolling is not active when the code is executed from the chip memory, because the chip memory access is slow. And if you inline, which means you have to read much more code before you translate it, it was slowing down MU68 massively. So we have switched off that when the code is executed from the chip memory. So this CCR calculation optimization is very important in case of Amiga because M68 updates the condition codes basically after every single instruction. And most emulators are just calculating it after every instruction because it's important. On the other hand, as you may see on this small example, not really every instruction would need to update the condition codes because they are just destroyed by the subsequent instruction. And if they are not used, why calculate them? I mean, it's waste of the time, it's waste of the CPU power. And this is exactly what M68 is doing. On this example, you may see we have eliminated the CCR calculation from quite a lot of instructions. And on the real code, it happens even more frequently. The code inlining is done if the branch to the subroutine is computable and at the translation time, then the block of the code is inserted to the translated code for the ARM processor. If it's outside of the range, the inlining is not done, and on the other hand, if M68 cannot calculate the target address during the runtime, during the translation, then it's also not done because it's then impossible to predict where the code will go. Code inlining is exactly the same. If you have a small subroutine inside of your code, M68 is using a small return stack where the address of the code executed or before the branch is stored. And if it's possible, it will insert small subroutines into your translated code directly. Lob unrolling is also another feature. If M68 attempts for us first to align itself on the loops, and if it finds out that there is a loop in the code which is executed for several amount of times or inserted for the several amounts of times, it will stop the translation and force another one which is aligned with the start of the loop, and then the loop is repeated several times, and the jump back to the beginning of the loop is done inside of the code, so it doesn't have to escape to the just-in-time translator anymore. So what hardware do we support at the moment? We have two versions of PiStorm. One is for classic Amigas with Motorola 6000 bus, and there it's working on Amiga 500, 500 plus, 600, 2000, and 1000. And both M68 and still the old Linux-based Musashi are working there. On Musashi only, there is also support for Atari and classic Macintosh. And we support Raspberry Pi's 02, which is important because classic 0 does not have the 64-bit CPU, so we have to use either 02, P3A, P3B, 3B+, and the one unsupported is Raspberry Pi 4 and CM4. For some people they are working, but we do not officially say they are supported and working. And then we have PiStorm 32 Lite, which is designed for Amiga 1200, and there you may use the same Raspberry Pis, but also you can use Raspberry Pi 4. And with the small adapter board, which is shown there on the picture down, you may also use CM4, which in my opinion is the best one because there you have a lot of place for the cooling, because it's at the position in the Amiga where you have a lot of place for heatsink, actively cooled, passively cooled, whatever you would like. Yeah. But M68 is running modern software, but we have also a lot of troubles. I mean, quite plenty of old Amiga games or demos were using features of Motorola CPU which are not so nice to emulate or not so nice to recreate. A lot of demos, a lot of code was using self-modifying code, and this self-modifying code was not only let's modify something, I don't know, 20 bytes far away from us. For example, state of the art is modifying the one instruction is modifying directly the subsequent instruction, which is pretty hard if you have previously translated the code and you try to execute the code which is modifying M68 code, and you have somehow to detect it. And also, in many times, MU68 with PiStorm is too slow or too fast. And it's hard to make one version which is working with everything you would like. But on the other hand, the very nice thing about which we have is most of the parameters of MU68 can be configured and changed on the runtime. Which means, for example, we have a small EMU control tool which you can download and use on your PiStorm device, where you can adjust the instruction depth, which means amount of instructions which are translated in advance, inlining range, number of loops which will be unrolled, the scan depth of the CCR calculation, and so on. So with recent versions of MU68, we are able to run the most modern games or demos for the Amiga, and on the other hand, if you come to our stand, I can show you how the state-of-the-art demo is working, which was pretty hard to make it really running properly. But right now it's working. Okay, so some numbers from MU68. I have two which are just number crunchings. This is the OGRNG and RC572, which are just performing at about 2 million keys per second. I don't have numbers from other Amiga or Motorola processors, but we are really far away from that. For example, Quake 2 is working at least 30 FPS at the pretty high resolution. The memory speed in the fast region, which is the Raspberry Pi RAM, is in the range of 4 gigabytes per second, which was, I would say, never before like that on the Amiga. Chip memory is still relatively slow. This is due to the interface which we are having, but we are working on improving on that. The memory reading from the chip memory is pretty slow. On the other hand, the memory writing to the chip memory to the chip is at the maximum, because about 7 megabytes per second is the maximal amount on the Amiga 1200, for example. And in case of the sysinfo, which I don't like as a benchmark, but many people are using that for comparison, we have more or less 1 MIPS per megahertz. In this case, megahertz from the Raspberry Pi, which means if we are running Raspberry Pi CM4 at 1.8 gigahertz, we have 1,800 MIPS. Yeah, that's quite a lot, I would say. Okay, so let me show you how it looks like. This is a small test where the Quake demo is running at a pretty low resolution. It was just finding out if it's fast enough or not. Please note that in this case, there is no acceleration in the video driver. I mean, this is the pure CPU. The all 3D computations are done by Motorola. There is no ARM code inside. There is no 3D inside. It's just MU68. Yeah, I don't know if it will start at high resolution also. Oh yeah, 640 times 480. It's still quite fast. I mean, you can play with that game. Yeah. So this is the most accurate benchmark software for Amiga. As you may see, the chip writing speed, what you have seen just recently with this write pixel, is relatively slow, but everything which is bound to the CPU is, I would say, quite fast. The largest bulk, which is not MU68, is Amiga 4000 with 040 CPU. Once again, writing to the chip memory is slow, but everything else is just, I would say, blazing fast. The FPU is also very fast, and this is where we are going, and this is what we are achieving. TG test is, again, writing to the chip memory, which is slow, comparable with other Amigas, the same with the line test, and so on. Okay, how fast is MU68 for other applications? You can watch this video on YouTube. I don't have it on this laptop at the moment. You can smoothly play 720p videos on your Amiga if you like. which is also very, very good. If the videos have lower resolution, you may play 2, 3, 5, whatever you like of them. And I don't know, it's hard to concentrate on many videos watching at the same time, but on the other hand, you can also still do something with your Amiga when you're watching videos. Okay, so Amiga and beyond. What we are working at the moment now, we are working on the improvements of the firmware in the FPGA for the faster read accesses and eventually on the new protocol of communication between Raspberry Pi and FPGA. For the hardware side, we are working on near zero latency RGB grabber using a camera interface of Raspberry. It would be for example, Amiga 1200, where the entire video from Amiga would be outputted through the HDMI. Because at the moment, if you use Amiga and you use HDMI driver for Raspberry or for MU68, you have to use either a monitor switch or 2 monitors. And also CM4 board for the classic PiStorm is in the work. On the software side, we are working on improving FPU support and compatibility. With compatibility, we are already pretty far away. One of the another parts is video VPU acceleration, because at the moment, as I already said, it's using CPU only, and Raspberry has a few other processors which we could use for acceleration. Let me just show you how this works. This is a test work in progress. The video resolution for classic Amiga OS here is 2.5K. And I will at some point, let me press play. At some point I will open a quite large image with resolution of something like 8K, and will try to move the window with it and scroll it just to have a look, just to find out if the acceleration is working and how good it performs. Please note that in this case the color depth is 32 bits, because in case of PiStorm and MU68, it's the fastest one. So yeah, let me move the window. Yeah, as you may see, it's pretty fast. And if you scroll the image, which was huge in this case, you also see no problems in either direction, which means the acceleration is working, and when it's ready, it will be released for everyone. I would say fast enough is it already. Okay, so MU68 is at the moment at version 1.0 RC1. RC2 will be available within next few days, I guess. There is one problem which I have to overcome, and once ready, it will be open for everyone. Yeah, and there is also a very, very distant future. We are working on a small pet project, which is the PiStorm in mini ITX form. It would contain multiple FPGA chips, which would emulate then Amiga chipset, for example. And Amiga chips would be splitted into several FPGAs, because we don't want to have one huge FPGA which is awfully expensive and which emulates everything. We would split it into few smaller ones. But not even ETA estimation is available at the moment. I mean, it's a pet project, and when we're ready, then we're ready. Okay, before you ask about Raspberry Pi 5, which was released a few days ago, it's pretty fast one, and I was astonished as I have seen it. It will be available in October. I mean, we have both me and Claude ordered ones already, and we will find out if it's usable for MU68 and PiStorm or not. The problem is the Southbridge RP1 processor, because it's connected to the main ARM processor with PCIe. And the problem is not the speed of this PCI interface, because PCI is awfully fast already, but it has a latency which is in the range of 1 microsecond. Before you start the transfer, it takes 1 microsecond until the transfer is done. Independent if you transfer only 1 byte or if you transfer 100 megabytes at once. And that's the problem, because in PiStorm and in MU68, if we want to read, for example, chip memory, we have to instruct FPGA read, for example, 4 bytes at address and so on. and then we have to read the result back. This would be, in worst case, two transactions on PCI bus, and if every of them has 1 microsecond latency, we have already lost. I mean, that would be 500 kilohertz reading rate, which would be, in best case, for maybe 1 megabyte per second chip memory transfer, which would be much worse than we have at the moment. So that's the problem, and we will have a look if it's possible or not. I'm hoping that if the Raspberry Foundation will release CM5, they will not include this RP1 processor and will allow us to use it just as it is until now. Be not verified before the code is executed. So all these things just contribute to the speed, and normally Amiga is starting in the quite fast mode, which you can turn down if you, for example, want to look some old classic demos.
Hi, thanks for the great presentation, by the way. I just have a question. So usually I have an SD card that has multiple partitions on it, where I install multiple OS on it. And that typically requires sometimes different kicks to start to boot with. I'm just wondering if it's possible to add a kind of a boot menu at the beginning on the FAT partition, where you just add in the config file a single kick that you'd have like an option to select from which kick you would like to boot from, depending on the OS that you then boot on the partition.
Okay, so basically it would be possible if someone writes it. I mean, Amiga allows you to load the Amiga OS ROM into the ARM memory, which is much faster to execute. And it allows you to load not only half megabyte ROMs, but it has support up to 2 megabyte ROMs, which means if someone would write a bootloader, which exposes itself, for example, as part of the kickstart, Amiga can load it, and it could be eventually executed before the boot process is starting. So that way, it would be possible to make such a boot manager which would ask you from which partition you would like to start. At the moment, we don't have it, but it would be possible. Can't hear you.
Eine Sekunde.
So it's not the selection of the partition, it's just the selection of the kick, you know, and you have the FAT32 partition with the config file first, right? At that point, I would like to choose the kick to boot on.
Okay, so at that point, it's not so really easy, because Amiga is written in a way where Amiga is not aware of Raspberry Pi it's running on. It's the responsibility of M68 code and Amiga to talk with Raspberry Pi hardware. So Amiga knows nothing about that, because it's the firmware of the Raspberry Pi which is loading Amiga, which is also loading the kickstart. And after this point, Amiga is started, which means the kickstart is already loaded. So this would be not really possible in the way you would like to have it.
One last question. Will hier noch jemand? Eine letzte Frage? Eine letzte Frage? Da hinten? Oh! Vielleicht hätte die Reihe gleich in die erste Reihe setzen, dann wäre es einfacher.
Yes, also thank you very much for your nice presentation and for the whole project. It's great stuff. I would like to ask, Emu68 knows what is written to chipset memory or chipset registers. Wouldn't it be possible to sort of emulate an AGA chip that the video is outputted on HDMI and also the sound?
It would be possible, but every time I get these questions, I say definitely no. Because the aim of the Emu68 is to provide the CPU, and my aim is to have CPU only. If you would like to emulate the chipset also, there are already solutions which you could take. You have UAE, which is also running on Raspberry Pi. You have UAE, which is working on Windows. I don't like it. I mean, this pet project, which I have presented at the end, will be more or less something like that, because it will be FPGA emulation of the chipset, and then you may run Amiga on that. But until this project is ready, I would say definitely no. I mean, Emu68 wants to emulate only the CPU. Everything else, every single driver which I'm using is written for Amiga OS because we all like Amiga OS, and I wouldn't like to emulate any part of the chipset on Emu68, and I guess it will actually never happen.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Dann vielen Dank, Michael. Danke sehr.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your work. That's the main thing. So, next up we have another guest, and you may step up. Let's have all an applause for Camilla Böhmann. And the time she is preparing her conversation, she found the HDMI port. Perfect. I do an introduction. Is that okay, Camilla? Yeah. Okay. Camilla has been on Amiga since 1987. This is a long time ago, where she learned C. I would have really loved to learn that too. After university, she now works with C++ in a company that does image analysis using AI. The love for the Amiga platform never died, and she has contributed to Amiga OS 3.2, as well as made the open source Codecraft IDE for the Amiga. And she needs some more minutes, so it's not working. Not work. Oh. That looks like CGA on PC. Still working. Computer says no. Oh. Oh. Old people staring at screens. Is that a good sign or a bad sign? Okay. So, Camilla, the screen is already shown on another place, so this is just either a problem with the converter or the projector does not like it. So we're just doing a restart or change to a different HDMI port. It's the resolution. So you got a MacBook Pro, and MacBook Pro uses a higher resolution than the projector can understand. Perhaps you have a change to, might change it to full HD. You have all the time you want. Afterwards, there's no... And in reality, she is just coding now. She's not working on the resolution. Wir könnten hier noch... Patrick? Wollen wir doch noch ein Quiz machen kurz? We do a short quiz, so you're no more under pressure. How do you perform under pressure? First question, okay. Nee, du kannst meins haben. Ja. Okay. That looks like a ball.
Have fun. You really want to extend? He doesn't want to see it.
She needs more room. Okay. So, perfect. You take this one?
Yes, testing.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you. 4 years ago, I joined the Amiga developer team for the Amiga OS 3. And yeah, one of the first days I was looking at the source code, and one of the first things I saw was comments from 38 years ago from people like RJ and Dale Locke and Carl Sassenrath. And I must say, I was like really taken back by that. It was like, wow, the heroes of my youth. So yeah, it was a surreal experience to actually have something from so long ago just right in front of me. I felt like I was more or less being colleagues with these guys. And yeah, of course, they are not part of the team anymore. But we have another team, and I really like that team. We are having a lot of fun there, and we joke, and we even have like a little chat where we can talk every night and in the weekends. And we have a chat bot there. We call it Joe Pillow, just like the original Joe Pillow on the airplane, if you know that story. And yeah, so we just have a lot of fun. And we work hard, of course, in between. And yeah, so 2.5 years ago, more or less, we released Amiga OS 3.2. And yeah, it's been an amazing success. We have it installed over thousands of Amigas already, all over the world. And people are making programs for it. And you have these, I don't know if you call them distributions, but people that modding it and putting things on top. And people are making programs for it, especially for 3.2. So it's been really, really great. Today, though, I'm going to talk about 3 things. I'm going to talk about nostalgia, and then I'm going to talk about our vision for Amiga OS 3. And finally, I'm going to talk about something I call vitamin pills for the ecosystem. So, nostalgia. I have a question. If you can remember the first time each of you got an Amiga, I'm pretty sure we can all remember that. For me, I can remember it was a sunny day and the delivery people, they were late, so I was calling up and when are you coming here? And yeah, so I can remember it very clearly. And I think that nostalgia is the key reason that each of us are still using the Amiga. It's something from our youth that we still like. It's however important to recognize that the nostalgia is not the same for all of us. For some people who just kept on playing games, it may be the blue and orange. And for some other people, like myself, it's the grayscale years. And again, for others, it's the more colorful modding things, 3.9 and 4.0 and onwards. So yeah, it's important to recognize that we each have different points of nostalgia, and it's not really something that we can change by talking and putting up presentations or anything, because it's dependent on when we more or less left the Amiga scene back then. So my computer broke down and I was at university, so I left it in the grayscale years. And yeah, that's more or less how things turned out. I have another question though. Can you remember that you dreamed about new stuff? You looked in the magazines all night, talking to your friends, family, and maybe you went to trade shows like this one. And yeah, these days, of course, this can become true. We just had the PiStorm presentation up here, so that's really cool. We have the Apollo, we have new games, we have a lot of new stuff that comes out, and it's bringing new life to us. I would say, though, that it's important for us to remember that it has to remain nostalgic. Of course, it depends on what your point of nostalgia, as I just said earlier, what that is, but you need to be true to your own nostalgia all the time. Otherwise, you may lose interest over time. Yeah, so with that said, I'm going to talk a little about Amiga OS 3 and our vision for it. One of the key things we want to do is actually to respect that past. And of course, we cannot respect everyone's nostalgia, but we have a baseline that is the 3.1. So we cannot do anything really for the people who really want to be the 1.x days, but we can be the exciting new things for the ones in the grayscale years, and people are able to put something on top and make the more colorful days of the 3.9. So you can do with it what you want. And we want to allow people to take that ride with us again, just in a little bit more fixed and stable form. We also want to innovate, and we want to be smarter with a lot of things that we do. So one of the things, of course, we did was we had the installer using ADF files. So you can actually even mount an ADF file, and you can use that during the install process. So we got rid of having, well, I think it's 20-something floppy disks, and that was, of course, impossible. So we still want to keep the idea of having a floppy disk, because, again, it's part of the nostalgia thing, but it's also on disk, so you can make it faster. Another thing we did was actually we took and made the help button on the Amiga keyboard actually useful. It's been there all the years, but now we had I would say online help, but that's not online. But if you press help, you bring up a documentation, and Ignacio was very productive, and he has written documentation for more or less all of the operating system, so very nice. Another thing we did was to make it faster, and we do that all over, and so here are some of the highlights. Text formatting output of that, we made that 5 times faster than it used to be, just by changing the code. And also we did the buffered I/O 2 times faster. And the last item I have highlighted here was local text lookup. So say you have German catalogs. It used to take, well, depending on how large your catalog was, it could take several microseconds to look up, and over time that would be a lot. And now it's an instant text lookup. So even if you have a huge catalog with a lot of translated words, it will be just as fast as if there was only one. And then we fixed a lot of bugs, and we will continue to fix a lot of bugs. I don't have the exact number, but it's well over 1,000. And some of these bugs you may never have heard of, but we found them, and then we, of course, just fixed them. So a lot of work has gone into that. And then we want to follow Commodore's plans. In '93, I think, they had a developer conference, and in that, they wrote up a lot of things they wanted to do with the UI. So we have taken a lot of these ideas and wanted to do those. And one of the things they wanted to do was make a lot of new boopsy gadgets. We have the reaction toolkit, which is actually an implementation of all of those ideas. So it's directly following from what Commodore wanted back then. And you can more or less say that reaction is a reaction to Commodore having these plans. So they are now officially a part of the OS. Again, of course, they were in 3.9 and 4.0 as well. But they are once more, and we have done a lot of fixing and cleaning them up. The other thing Commodore wanted to have was the resizing windows from all sides. We did that. They wanted to change the way you select text. We have done that in some places. Already in 3.1.4, but more in 3.2, you were allowed to actually move windows off screen, partly off screen, so you could move around and have better work for that. They had the idea of having several mouse pointers. We have introduced that. And there are plenty more ideas that they have written down there. And going forward, of course, we will look into see if we can follow more of those ideas. So our vision is to respect the past. We want to innovate and be smarter. We want to be faster, fewer bugs, and also follow Commodore's plans. But of course, with 3.2, we don't stop there. We put out an update, 3.2, after 1 year. And a year after that, more or less, we had 3.2.2, the second update. And we had to do a little hotfix for that. It took us another couple of months. And if and when needed, we will, of course, make a third update if there are bigger bugs that comes up. But for the past 5 months or so, we have actually been starting on the next bigger project for us. And yeah, well, Amiga 3.3 is actually something that we have now started to work on. And yeah, there's a long way to go. We just started, and normally these things takes years. And yeah, at the very least, it will take us 2 years. I think that's the optimistic view. Hopefully it will not take us more than 4. Maybe somewhere in between, I don't know. Maybe it's even longer. We will see. The thing is that we do this for fun. We do it with love, and we do it without rushing. So if we feel that there's a feature that needs to be in there, we will put it in there. And over time, we will suddenly realize that we need another feature. And so we will decide, okay, we'll take another couple of months, and when we'll put that one in. So when we say it's ready when it's ready, we actually mean it. It's not something that we can really predict ahead of time. So the timeline is more like how much time will we allow ourselves, and not an estimation of when we are done. So we do want to be transparent, and I know some of you was surprised about 3.2, but we do want to tell you about it. However, we don't want to promise what we can't hold. And one of the things we can't hold is that we cannot say, okay, we will have the release ready in 2 weeks from now or a couple of months from now, because we cannot promise it. We will put something in, we will find a bug we need to fix, and so on and so on. So, yeah, and this goes for features as well. If we promise that, I don't know, that we make a DVD player or something in it, we cannot promise that, because most likely that's something we will never do. So, yeah, we will be a bit silent about features until we have almost made them, and we can be quite sure that they will go in eventually. And yeah, so we have actually already made 3 features. I'm going to show you them in a moment. Remember that these are very early stages, but yeah, let's go. So we want to rework preferences, and we have started out with the local preference, and the idea here is to have like a topic selection in the left and some main parts in the right. And one of the reasons is, well, for people with RTG, it doesn't matter, but we still need to be compatible with 640 by 200. So we cannot have too much in these preference editors at the same time, and it was getting really crammed in the old way it was doing. So we have the idea of making some kind of selection so we can divide it by theme and topic. And yeah, it may be that we never get to do all the preferences before we release. It may, I mean, it can take a couple of months each, and it will take a long time. So we have this one that we are, I don't know, 60%, 70% done with. Another thing we have worked on is a new shell, or actually a new console to host the shell. And a couple of good things about that is that it will have the scroll bar. I know there are consoles out there that already does this, but we have made a new one here. And it also has optional tabs, so you can have more than one shell in the same window. And of course, the Iconify actually works, so you can switch screen modes or anything in between, and don't have to close it down. Oh, and the good thing about this is this is actually a gadget. So if you're a programmer and you want to have a shell inside your own program, you can actually take this gadget and put it inside. The third thing is that we decided to replace HD Toolbox. It's an old trusted friend, but we want to move on. And yeah, so I think it's easy to say that it will be a leap forward in user experience. One of the things we have is that it will actually automatically list all your drives, so you don't need to write in which device driver you have at the moment. And we have done away with having to write which cylinders you are working on. You just say how much space do you want, megabytes, gigabytes, which file system do you want, boot priority, and that's about it. And then you just press review and apply, and you get a little summary, and then you have applied your changes. Fourth thing is actually 3 things. We have reworked the menus. So we have introduced sticky menus, so you can click on the mouse button, on the menu mouse button, and then the menu will stay up. Of course, this is optional, but it will stay up, so you can release the button again. It will stay until you click on the item you want to choose. Of course, this means that multiple selection of menu items doesn't work in this case, but that is your choice. The other thing is we want to have context menus. So depending on what you click on, you can get a little menu up like that. You know it from other operating systems, of course. One of the obvious places would be if you right-click on an icon in Workbench. We have no plans to do that. We have no plans to rework Workbench as it stands. Actually, we don't have any plans to use this context menu stuff, but it's there for programmers in the future. And we will probably use it a few places, but I don't think we have any big plans for it. And the final thing is floating menus. So I think a lot of you know floating menus from Magic Menu. And while that's a good idea, it's also impossible to do this from outside the OS. There will always be a chance that your system will lock up. So we decided, okay, people like it, let's make it. So again, as an option, you can now turn this on, and then you will get this pop-up of a floating menu. And it's, of course, the normal menu system where you have the topics at the top, and then the sub-menus going on. And if you click at the top where the normal menu is, you will still get it in the normal layout. Yeah, so we are really excited about starting this. And meanwhile, of course, 3.2 is still a great version, and we will actively support it. We will come out with an update for it if and when needed. In fact, we have a new NDK version updates that we're still already working on, probably coming in the not too distant future. So 3.2 is definitely still very much alive and kicking. So the ecosystem vitamins that I wanted to talk about, those are not under the umbrella of Hyperion. It's sort of the same developer group and beta testers. And yeah, so we wanted to make sure that the ecosystem around the Amiga got a lot of things that could help it to grow. So we don't want it to just depend on individual people wanting to do each of their own things. We wanted to make some tools that allowed people to develop. So I made, together with Ralph down here, CodeCraft, which is an integrated development environment. And yeah, it's a thing that combines everything the developer needs in a single application. Some of you may know it from Visual Studio Code, Eclipse, and other things like that. Xcode, for example, for Mac. And it looks like this. So you can actually already see here that it has a lot of things going on besides being just an editor. The editor here is actually a text edit from 3.2, which is the text editor I was involved in creating in 3.2. But it has some extensions outside, and that's what CodeCraft is. So it's a modern way of working, as I said. There is the area here where you are editing and writing down with syntax highlighting. There's a menu item with a shortcut, of course, where you can start the build. And when it builds, you can down here in the tab down there, you will see the build errors you are having. And if you double click on any of these, you will jump automatically to the correct file and the correct line number. You can also debug. There's a debugger built into this. And the red dot you can see at the end of the long arrow there, that's a breakpoint. So when your program is running and it comes to this point in your program, it will just stop, and the blue arrow will point at the line 14. Now it's pointing on the next line because we've just stepped one line, so that's also a possibility. And yeah, so you can also inspect the values. And if you're a programmer, you could see that the value of glow has just changed to 1, and it's highlighted down there in white, so it's easy to spot. And you can go through your program and you can see how everything's behaving, if it does what you expect it to do, and it's helping you out. And again, the great thing about this, in my mind at least, is that it's Amiga native, so even developers have this nostalgia thing that they want to, at least in some place, enforce. As I said, if you go too far away from your nostalgia, you may lose it. So a lot of these cross-compilation things, that's nice and fast, but maybe even once in a while, you may want to actually sit and use your Amiga yourself as a developer, not just for testing your program. It works with any programming language and any compiler and any build system. So right now, we're just using it with SAS-C, but you could use it in theory with any compiler for any language. In order to do the debugging part, it has to produce some information for the debugger in order to work. But most compilers can at least do the thing where you can step through the program. Inspection of variables for now is only SAS-C. I know that GCC actually provides these info, so I hope we can make that work in the future. I know VBCC is actually intending for their compiler to output in the same information as SAS-C, because we spent 4 months reverse engineering what SAS-C did. And yeah, so we have documented that, and now VBCC can output the same format. I think they have an idea about it, but I'll let them announce that one day. So we also produced, as a little side project, a box for this program in the original Amiga 1000 look. And we had a disc with a disc label. We have a couple of them at the Amiga OS booth down there, so you can see it in real life if you want to see it. And yeah, so the checkmark and the Amiga logo was courtesy of Amiga Corporation that owns these trademarks, so we got an agreement with that. And yeah, so we have an official release available of it now. It's open source. Well, text edit, the editor, of course, you need to have 3.2, but the CodeCraft, the debugger, and all things around it, that's open source. And if you go to bowman.dk/codecraft, then you can find the link. The source is on GitLab, not GitHub, but GitLab. Yeah, so check it. Or you could join us in developing. That would be even better. So the other thing I'm working on, and have been working on for a couple of years now, is a new volume. Well, I wouldn't call it that, but a new manual, ROM kernel reference manual, changes and edition, we call it. And for you of those that are programmers, you can maybe remember the original documentation that came out. I think it was 4 or 5 volumes. And it covers all the way up to Amiga OS 2.0. And yeah, so the new one is planning to cover the changes and the additions since Amiga OS 2.1. It will eventually cover, for example, the local library and the catalog thing, but also all of the new stuff from 3.2. We've already written about 70 pages, and yeah, it's an ongoing project, and it probably will never stop because, yeah, it goes on. It's free, as long as for personal use, so you're not allowed to print it and sell hard copies of it, but you can just download it and see it, and you can actually download it right now if you go to the retrocommodore.eu site, which has a lot of scans of old books, and we will try to make updates 1 or 2 times per year, but it varies. So yeah, it happens. The final vitamin pill is that we want to make, and this is mostly the OS developers, but we want to make a developer conference next year, so about 5 months from now. It's supposed to be online and supposed to be free. I don't know what tool we will make use of, but we'll communicate that in advance. And some of the topics, I mean, this is very much a tentative agenda, but we might want to talk about how to make a device or a library. So if you want to have insight of which pitfalls, and there are pitfalls in making a library, we will go through these, and especially about how to make a device. That could also be interesting for a lot of you guys making hardware to make a device for it. So we will talk about working with the Boopsy classes or reaction, whatever you want to call it. We will talk a little about what's going to change in Amiga OS 3.3. Just not only the version numbers, also they will have to change. We are running against a limit because at some point we will be using the same numbers as Amiga OS 4.0, and that's not good. So we will need to make some changes there. I'm going to talk about a library that's called Container Kit. It's an open source library actually, but it will play an important part in Amiga OS 3.3. We'll be using it in a lot of places. And then another thing that is in early development is something I call Test Kit. It's automated unit testing for the code. And I'm actually using it for Container Kit already to test that these things work correctly. And if any of you, as a programmer out there, has any suggestions for topics, or maybe if you want to contribute, just get in touch. We can put up a slot for you so you can have something to tell about. So just to go through what I've been talking about today is started talking about how nostalgia is important to keep us all engaged, but also how improvements and new things can give new life and make us all feel young again. And then about Amiga OS 3.3 being in progress, still a long way to go, but we are starting. Codecraft, the new manual, and the developer conference. And then I would like to invite you to our stand down in the corner, just next to Apollo. And we will be taking questions down there. I don't think I will be taking any questions up here because I don't want to commit to anything. As I said, we don't want to commit to anything. But if we're talking down there in a little bit of privacy, then maybe you can get a little bit more answers out of us. Also, we would like to hear from you, because if you have ideas for 3.3, and we will very much appreciate to hear something from you. Thank you.
So, vielen Dank, mange tak. Wir würden ganz gerne noch ein paar Fragen haben, wenn ihr sie habt. Wenn nicht? Ja, vielleicht hinten ist eine Frage. Wunderbar, ich komme mal rüber.
Yeah, thank you very much. In the beginning of your presentation, you have told something about an improvement regarding ADF files, but I didn't really catch what the improvement was. Do you handle ADF files with more than 1.5 megabyte, or have you a smart solution for handling several?
So the thing about ADF is just that it was in the past and it was in 3.2, so you were able to mount an ADF file. So we had support for that in the software, and we actually used that in order to make the install process better.
Okay, I understand. And just a second question: where exactly is your booth?
Where exactly is
your booth located?
Oh, it's down in the corner. We have a large poster, so far corner, opposite from where I'm standing, directly, in the other corner.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, gerne noch eine weitere Frage. Ja, wunderbar.
Hi, will be in the next Amiga OS as well an IP stack integrated?
I didn't catch that, sorry.
Will be in the next Amiga OS an IP stack integrated?
No. That's one of the things we actually don't want to do, and there's several reasons for that. First of all, if you're using an emulator, you already have the IP stack. A lot of people have already bought Roadshow, so that would also not be a good idea to have them pay for it twice. It will not be any cheaper than having to pay for it twice. You will just have to pay twice as much. So we definitely don't want to go there. It will also take up all of our time to have to implement a whole new IP stack. So we think that Roadshow is the great choice, and you just have to buy both things and install them one after another. It's pretty simple, and yeah, we don't really want to put our effort into actually duplicating something that's already existing, basically.
Wunderbar, ich gehe mal hin.
Hi, can you tell us if there are any ideas for integrating user login into your system? I will try to speak louder. Are there any ideas for integrating a user login for Amiga OS?
Yeah, so no, there isn't. I mean, Amiga OS is by heart a single user system. There is, of course, already support for on the file systems. There's support for user and group and other properties for delete and read and write access. But no, we don't have any ideas of having like a login, because it is really just a single user system. And whatever you come in from the outside, that's mostly there where the file system kicks in. So no.
Noch wirklich Fragen? Irgendwie, irgendwo? Questions? Anywhere? Anyhow? Mr. Michael, any questions? No? So, thank you very much. Mange tak.
Thank you.
Wenn jetzt noch jemand ein kleines Quiz machen würde, wir werden noch dreimal schnell ein Quiz machen für kleine Gutscheine. Mein Kollege kriegt sofort Panik, läuft los, springt auf die Bühne und hat diesmal kein Mikro, das er vor die Box halten kann. So, aber er braucht ein Mikrofon, er überlegt, wo es ist, und er nimmt es.
Das müsste noch an sein. Wunderbar. Wir machen noch mal wieder 4 kurze Fragen. Ich stelle die Frage, wer von euch die Antwort weiß, melden. Dann gibt es einen Gutschein, den man bei uns am Shop einlösen kann.
Unser Shop?
Das ist doch jetzt
unser Stand.
Bei uns am Stand einlösen kann. Und wir gucken mal. Ich stelle die Frage und warte dann auf Meldungen. Robin, achte mal mit drauf, wer sich zuerst meldet.
Oh.
Wir gehen noch mal zurück zur ersten Präsentation des Amigas. Da waren 2, man kann inzwischen sagen, Weltstars mit dabei. Wer kann mir die beiden Namen nennen, die dabei waren? Ich rede von der internationalen Präsentation.
Man überlegt. Man überlegt.
Wer es weiß, einfach die Hand nach oben.
Keiner weiß es.
Also es geht in den Kunst- und Musikbereich, mehr verrate ich aber nicht. Wer weiß die beiden? Ich glaube, hinten war am schnellsten, oder war hier? Mach hier.
Debbie Harry and Andy Warhol.
Debbie Harry und Andy Warhol, das stimmt.
Das ist korrekt. Einmal für dich. Du kannst auch gern vorbeikommen, wir haben noch andere Sachen, können wir gerne darüber reden. Vielen Dank, Antwort war richtig, super. Ja,
Super, unglaublich.
machen wir es einen kleinen Tick schwerer vielleicht. Beim Testen wusste Robin die Antwort, ich wusste sie bei der Recherche nicht. Aber hier sind ja wirkliche Amiga-Fans, die eigentlich alles wissen müssten. Welches Amiga-Modell war das letzte vor der Insolvenz von Commodore? Du warst der Erste.
Scheiße, der Tower oder der 4000er? 4000er?
Du hast gesagt, der Tower 4000er.
4000T,
also der 4000T und das stimmt.
Auch einmal einen Applaus, weil die Frage fand ich nicht so einfach. Na gut, wir waren vorhin schon bei Jahreszahlen, machen wir dabei mal weiter. Ich gehe nur bis hier, keine Angst. Bis hier.
Aha.
Wann erschien das CD32? In welchem Jahr? Hinten ist die erste Meldung. Ich komme hier vorsichtig vorbei.
Einfach Kopfhörer rund, genau, Mikrofon.
Wunderbar.
Hallo, 93.
Das ist korrekt. Da hat jemand Jahreszahlen im Kopf. Wunderbar. Einmal für dich.
Jahreszahlen im Kopf.
Und einen haben wir noch.
Wirklich?
Der Name des CD-Laufwerks für den Amiga 500 Plus zum Beispiel. Welche Nummer hatte das CD-Laufwerk bei dem Amiga?
Wieder. Ich glaube, tut mir leid, wir gehen mal einmal dahin, geradeaus, da, links, weiter, am Ende, rechts, links, links.
Okay.
A570.
Das ist richtig. Auch nochmal einen Applaus und vielen Dank.
So, dann würde ich jetzt sagen, wir haben jetzt hier, was nennt sich Pause. Also um 13:15 Uhr geht es hier wieder weiter. Ich wünsche euch viel Spaß unten und bis gleich.
Ich sagte ja, und er sagte, ich soll ihm doch mal erzählen, wie ich so den Markt sehe in Deutschland, den Computermarkt. Und habe ihm das dann so gesagt und er ging dann auf das Podium und sagte also vor 500 Leuten, my friend Horst told me und zeigte auf mich und hat dann erklärt, was ich ihm erzählt habe. Das war für mich, für den ICP-Verlag natürlich ein ganz wichtiger Moment und ein Riesenritterschlag, ganz klar.
Hans, ein schlechter oder ein guter Moment, was hast du erzählt?
Also Amiga Games war für mich ja der Einstieg, wo ich zum ersten Mal eine Zeitschrift verantwortet habe. Also insofern ist es sehr positiv. Und tatsächlich war es so, wir haben ja in Nürnberg angefangen mit einer Spielezeitschrift, wo ich da mitgearbeitet habe bei Playtime. Und dann kamen Amiga Games und PC Games. Die PC Games gibt es immer noch. Und bei der dritten Ausgabe hat mich der Christian Geltenbrot, der Gründer von Computec, gefragt, Hans, willst du das nicht machen? Ich habe gesagt, ich habe das noch nie gemacht, aber wenn du meinst, dann probiere ich es halt. Und so kam ich dazu und habe mich bemüht, Amiga Games zu machen und in Konkurrenz zu Amiga Joker, die ich auch immer gelesen habe. Und war von 92 bis 97 war ich für Amiga Games verantwortlich. Dann haben wir Amiga Games verkauft an Markt und Technik. Die haben das zur Beilage gemacht beim Amiga Magazin, während wir dann Enson gestartet haben. Also ich jetzt aber in Enson gestartet. Und ich habe es gerade dem Horst erzählt, eigentlich war Amiga Games eine tolle Schule, weil während parallel die PC Games durch die Decke gingen, weil man konnte gar nicht so viel falsch machen, das ging ab, war es auf dem Amiga-Markt wirklich schwierig, wurde immer schwieriger, interessante Ausgaben zu machen, weil einfach weniger Material da war. Insofern war das eine tolle Schule, aber wir haben, Amiga war eine tolle Zielgruppe. Und wenn uns einer gesagt hätte, ihr werdet mal 2023 in Mönchengladbach sitzen und sowas erleben, hätte ich gesagt, Wahnsinn, würde ich nicht glauben. Aber das war eigentlich das Tolle bei Amiga Games, dass dort Leute, die Zielgruppe, die Fans, so loyal waren und so toll. Also das war eigentlich auch auf allen Messen immer das Schöne. Also insofern ist für mich Amiga Games der Anfang in meinem Medienlaufbahn und verbinde eigentlich nur harte Arbeit und auch der Wettbewerb war eigentlich auch immer wichtig, weil man will ja irgendwie mehr Hefte verkaufen. Ja? Und da braucht man einen Wettbewerb, ohne geht es ja nicht. Und insofern finde ich das eigentlich toll, dass wir heute so hier sitzen und sagen, Mensch, war doch eigentlich super in den 90ern damals. Und insofern bin ich dankbar, dass ich hier sein kann.
Richard, hast du auch noch eine Geschichte für uns?
Das ist jetzt eine Frage. Ich habe jetzt eine ganze Weile eigentlich eine Chance gehabt, mir was zu überlegen. Ich glaube, ich greife den Teamgedanken heraus. Also wir haben beim Amiga Joker also ich bin ja dazu gekommen Ende 91 bis 96 und dann darüber hinaus beim Joker Verlag, beim PC Joker bis 2000 ein einfach großartiges Team zusammenstellen können, mit dem ich wahnsinnig viel Spaß hatte. Und ich glaube, als wir dann Ende 2000 die Nachricht bekamen, dass der Joker Verlag eben in Konkurs geht, dass wir jetzt zahlungsunfähig sind, als wir in der Redaktion diese Nachricht bekamen, da war das in dem Moment erstmal niederschmetternd. Aber wir haben dann alle gesagt, komm, wir gehen jetzt ein Bier trinken. Und wir alle zusammen sind dann nach München reingefahren und wir haben dann einen Nachmittag und einen Abend zusammen verbracht, der sich mir so eingebrannt hat. Wir waren so ein starkes Team in dem Moment, das Zusammengehörigkeitsgefühl. Da war wenig Traurigkeit da, sondern viel mehr Freude, dass wir so eine tolle Truppe zusammen sind. Auch wenn wir uns morgen vielleicht nicht mehr sehen werden, haben wir bis heute Kontakt, also bis ins Jahr 2023. Also wir vom Joker, wir sehen uns einmal im Jahr zum sogenannten Adlertag und treffen uns mit mehr oder weniger Leuten dann abends auf ein Bierchen. Irgendeine irische Kneipe wird es wahrscheinlich wieder werden dieses Jahr und begießen dann halt die gute Zeit, die wir dann hatten von 91 in meinem Fall bis eben 96, als der Amiga Joker dann zugesperrt hat.
Gut, und ihr habt ja auch 2 Ausgaben noch nachgelegt, 2017 und 2019. Jetzt frage ich mal so frech, wann kommt denn die nächste?
Naja, also das war ja so ein Liebhaberprojekt, das ich selber initiiert habe, einfach um wieder mit ein paar Kollegen tatsächlich zusammenarbeiten zu können. Also der Kern der Idee war, dass 2, 3 Leute aus dem damaligen Team wieder mitarbeiten und vielleicht auch Lust haben, wieder was zu schreiben und so weiter und so fort und dass wir einfach wieder ein bisschen was zusammen aufbauen. Und tatsächlich ist es jetzt momentan gerade ein bisschen schwierig, die alten Kollegen wieder zu reaktivieren, weil uns fehlt so die zündende Idee. Ja? Also der Grund, warum man jetzt nochmal einen neuen Amiga Joker machen sollte, wenn irgendjemand eine Idee hat,
bitte teilt sie mit mir, weil sobald diese Idee existiert, also warum braucht die Welt noch einen neuen Amiga-Joker, in dem Moment machen wir den auch.
Okay, hier sitzen geschätzt 100 Leute. Ich denke, irgendwo kommt eine Idee her, die ihr heute noch präsentiert bekommt. Horst, kannst du mal erzählen, du warst bei Markt und Technik, hast das 68.000er Magazin geleitet. Aus dem 68.000er Magazin ist ein Atari-Magazin entstanden, Amiga-Magazin und später auch ein Mac-Magazin. Und du bist dann aber gewechselt oder hast gekündigt und hast einen eigenen Verlag gegründet, ICP-Verlag, Innovative Computerpresse. Erzähl mal, wie es dazu kam.
Also bei Markt und Technik war ich insgesamt 5 Jahre lang, wie gesagt. Es ging los bei der Zeitschrift Happy Computer. Da wurde von Haus aus gleich geplant, es soll eine Zeitschrift für die 68.000er Computer kommen. Die kam dann auch und dann nach einer gewissen Zeit hat Commodore genau das Gleiche gemacht wie für die Zeitschrift Commodore 64. Commodore ist zu Markt und Technik gegangen und hat gesagt, wir sponsern euch eine Zeitschrift zu machen für den Amiga. Und das war der Grund, wieso Markt und Technik gesagt hat, wir starten jetzt mit den einzelnen Heften. Also aus der 68.000er entstand das ST-Magazin, das Amiga-Magazin und das Macintosh-Magazin. Es kam dann ein neuer Vorstand und man muss auch dazu sagen, es ging mit Markt und Technik wirtschaftlich dann schon nach unten. Und dann kam ein neuer Vorstand und der hat also dann rigoros gekürzt und hat also Sachen gemacht, die also keiner so richtig verstanden hat. Und dann habe ich gesagt, ich kündige, ich will mit ihm nicht zusammenarbeiten. Habe mit ihm also ein Gespräch gehabt, wir waren uns da völlig uneins. Ich ging rüber, habe zu meiner Redaktion gesagt, ich sage es euch jetzt als Erste, ich schreibe meine Kündigung, ich gehe. Am nächsten Morgen standen alle bei mir im Büro und haben gesagt, hey, wir kündigen auch alle. Und da habe ich erst mal gesagt, langsam, also ihr braucht euch keine Sorgen machen um das Heft. Wir haben zusammen das ST-Magazin gemacht, ja. Ich sage, das Heft funktioniert und das Heft hat keine Probleme. Aber sie haben gesagt, nein, wir wollen weiterhin mit dir arbeiten. Und dann saß ich halt da und habe gesagt, wie kann man das denn machen? Ich habe mich an verschiedene Verlage gewandt und damals der Gong Verlag hat gesagt, wir haben Interesse, lassen Sie uns reden. Und dann hat die gesamte Redaktion mit mir gekündigt. Und wir haben erst mit einem Atari-Heft begonnen, das hieß TOS, und haben dann die Amiga Plus gegründet. Immer mit der Idee im Hinterkopf, die Leute wollen doch nicht nach wie vor seitenlange Listings abtippen. Unsere Idee war, es kommt eine Diskette aufs Heft und da findet man die ganzen Programme. Und das hat eigentlich ganz gut funktioniert. Und aus der Amiga Plus entstanden dann weitere Ideen. Wir haben zum Beispiel eine CD-ROM an den Kiosk gebracht, die kostete 19,90, was damals eine ganz tolle Sache war. Und, was man auch nicht vergessen darf, wir haben die Amiga-Messen dann in Deutschland veranstaltet. Das war erst ein amerikanischer Veranstalter, der hat es aber nicht so gut gemacht. Und dann haben wir gesagt, wir glauben, wir können das besser, haben mit Commodore gesprochen und haben zusammen die Amiga-Messen veranstaltet. Und das war eine ganz tolle Sache. In der besten Zeit hatte diese Amiga-Messe in 3 Tagen 65.000 Besucher.
Wir erinnern uns, gute alte Zeiten, die hier aber wieder ein bisschen aufgelebt werden. Ihr hattet beide Magazine, Amiga Games und Amiga Plus, kamen beide mit Diskette raus. Hans, vielleicht kannst du mal ein bisschen erzählen, wie die damals angenommen wurde und wie es auch dazu kam und wie das Konzept sich ausgewirkt hat, auch von der Amiga Games dann später zu den anderen Titeln, die ihr weitergeführt habt.
Also tatsächlich war es ja so, der Ursprung von Computec war ja bei CP Verlag und CT Verlag, Gong war auch Gesellschafter wie bei ICP, und angefangen hat der Christian Geldenbrot mit diesen Diskettenmagazinen. Also es waren reine Diskettenmagazine. Es war Magic Disc und Amiga Fun und Atari ST oder ST Deluxe hat es geheißen, und das war Ende der 80er, und so bin ich auch in Kontakt gekommen mit dem Verlag. Mit CT waren die Amiga-Sachen und CP waren die C64-Sachen, und der Walter Konrad, ich weiß gar nicht, ob der auch hier ist, an dem habe ich 2 Spiele verkauft. So bin ich in Kontakt gekommen mit dem Verlag, und da war dann 91 die Idee, hey, lass uns mal eine richtige Zeitschrift machen, also viele bedruckte Seiten und nicht nur eine Diskette. Das war Playtime, und 92 kam dann eigentlich, hey, machen wir doch Amiga Games mit der Diskette und Demo und PC Games. Und eigentlich war der Ursprung eher schon die Diskette vorher und so wie es beim Anwendebereich der Grund war, hey, keiner will noch mehr Listings abtippen, war hier der Gedanke, hey, eine spielbare Demo wäre doch eine tolle Sache. Und das war ja auch eine tolle Sache. Dann nach der Diskette kam dann die CD, nach der CD kam die DVD, Blu-ray kam dann tatsächlich nie und das war im Prinzip eigentlich der Mehrwert. Du konntest nach Hause gehen und sofort spielen. Jetzt könnte man sagen, an einem Printprodukt, da musste man erst noch arbeiten, dass das auch einen gewissen Standard hat. Aber der Gedanke war einfach, du kannst nach Hause gehen und sofort spielen. Und das war eigentlich das Entscheidende. Und es kam eben eigentlich von der anderen Ecke. Eigentlich gab es nur die Diskette und später kam ein Magazin dazu.
Okay. Die Amiga Joker hat auch Disketten gemacht. Es gab so Lösungsdisketten, ich erinnere mich auf jeden Fall, ja, die waren nicht auf dem Cover natürlich drauf, aber ich erinnere mich auch an die schönen Diskettenlabels. Ist aber nur eine Seitengeschichte. Ihr hattet immer ein ziemlich gutes Verhältnis zu den Lesern, so als humoristisches Team. Ihr hattet ja irgendwie einen eigenen Stil, der nicht albern war, der wirklich auch seriös war, obwohl sie das Magazin ja einfach witzig aufgemacht war, grafisch, aber auch vom Schreibstil. Hast du irgendeine Geschichte, die du erzählen kannst, was den Kontakt zu den Lesern angeht?
Na, ich kann dir sagen, dass einige von unseren Lesern heute hier auch auf der Veranstaltung sind und mir halt erzählen, dass sie ihre Leserbriefe eingeschickt haben. Ich kann dir sagen, dass wir über die Leserbriefe auch tatsächlich Nachwuchs für die Redaktion generiert haben. Also den Markus Ziegler, um zum Beispiel einen zu erwähnen, der hat sich über eine Lösung beteiligt. Wir fanden den Schreibstil geil. Wir haben ihn dann angerufen und haben gefragt, hör mal Markus, wie sagst du schreibst schön, willst du vielleicht einen Beruf daraus machen? Und das ergibt sich dann halt aus der Tatsache, dass du einen sehr engen Kontakt mit den Lesern hältst. Wir haben auch tatsächlich, also mein erster Job beim Amiga Joker war jetzt auch nicht irgendwie Spiele testen, sondern mein erster Job war tatsächlich, dass der Verleger kam auf mich zu, der Herr Michael Labiner, und meinte so, schau mal Richie, hier hast einen Stapel von Leserbriefen, beantworte die doch bitte mal und nicht so wie beantworten fürs Heft. Nee, wir antworten jedem Leser tatsächlich. Und das ist jetzt dein Job. Und das habe ich dann erstmal so 2, 3 Tage gemacht, so, ja. Habe die Briefe auch tatsächlich dem Verleger vorlegen dürfen, damit er nochmal gucken kann, ob ich auch den Ton treffe, der gewünscht ist. Das hat dann am Anfang auch eine Weile gedauert, bis ich den Ton auch tatsächlich treffe. Man neigt ja dann doch dazu, vielleicht ein bisschen albern zu sein oder vielleicht auch ein Anliegen nicht immer ganz ernst zu nehmen. Aber das kriegst du dann irgendwann noch raus und dann verstehst du auch sehr schnell, wie wichtig es ist, dass du dich als Redakteur in deinen Leser reindenkst, dass du dich reinversetzt in seine Lage und überlegst, okay, warum schreibt er jetzt den Brief, warum stellt er diese Frage? Und dann nimmst du ihn natürlich auch ernst in dem Moment und versuchst ihm auch tatsächlich aktiv zu helfen. Wir haben ganz oft Lösungsanfragen gehabt, die wir alle soweit ich weiß, jedenfalls alle beantwortet haben.
Das Interessante bei euch ist tatsächlich, wenn ich es jetzt richtig einordne, ihr habt alle quasi ihr habt so einen programmiertechnischen Hintergrund. Also du hast eine Programmierausbildung gemacht, du bist Spieleentwickler gewesen ursprünglich, Kenner Rudy, du kommst North Sea Inferno, habe ich im Gedächtnis, warst du daran beteiligt. Also ihr habt alle im Prinzip eine Spieleentwicklung. Wie hat sich das ausgewirkt auf Historia? Wie hat sich das ausgewirkt auf die Arbeit als Journalist später? Hans, vielleicht magst du starten, weil ich glaube, du hast am meisten entwickelt damals.
Ja, ich glaube, der Hintergrund war eigentlich, als mich der Christian Geltenburg gefragt hat, ob ich bei Playtime mitmachen will, habe ich gesagt, ey, ich möchte eine Entwicklerrubrik machen, wo man Entwickler aus Deutschland interviewt, weil mir die am Herzen lagen. Und später hat es sicherlich geholfen, wenn man aus der Ecke kommt, dass man die Entwickler auch besser versteht und dass die einem nicht auf den Arm nehmen. Also man hat ein besseres Verständnis gehabt. Und das, glaube ich, war eigentlich das Tolle, dass man ein bisschen mehr Ahnung hatte. Und ich glaube, die Entwickler, ich habe ja wahnsinnig viele Kontakte aufgebaut, die haben einen dann auch geschätzt, weil man dann doch nicht ein Idiot war, sondern eine Ahnung hatte von dem Ganzen. Und das hatte am Ende auch dazu geführt, dass ich dann wieder zurückging in die Entwicklung, 20 Jahre später, weil ich mich immer im Ursprung als Content-Entwickler gesehen habe. Und das war eigentlich, glaube ich, die Begeisterung für das Thema Spiele an sich. Das war eigentlich das Thema, was dann, glaube ich, auch die Leser gespürt haben und die Entwickler. Hat man da ist es irgendein Job, ein beliebiger, oder will man da hat man eine besondere Leidenschaft dafür? Und ich glaube, das verbindet uns alle, dass wir, glaube ich, diese Leidenschaft für das Thema haben. Ich meine, das Schreiben, das hab ich jetzt nie so gelernt. Man macht es halt dann, wird im Laufe der Zeit besser, aber gerade die Federn, die findet man dann woanders mit dem Heini und sonst was. Ja, die können gerade schreiben. Ich war da eher zweckmäßig unterwegs. Jawohl, der war pünktlich fertig und den Inhalt haben wir. Aber ich glaube, das ist diese Kombination aus verschiedenen Talenten, die man braucht.
Richard, du hast ein neues Spiel vorgestellt, gestern Abend, bis 0 Uhr habe ich eben erfahren, also man hat ein bisschen Nachsicht, wenn du noch ganz fit bist.
Das
Aber
geht schon.
Erzähl mal, quasi, du hast ja die gleiche Geschichte, du hast früher Spiele entwickelt, bist Journalist, jetzt bist du wieder Entwickler, du hast, ich weiß nicht, ob du über dein neues Projekt schon reden kannst?
Naja, es wird hier gezeigt und man kann es spielen und man kann es sogar kaufen, wenn man es denn nicht schlecht findet, was da gezeigt wird. Aber ich will jetzt den Bezug zum Amiga Joker wiederherstellen, weil der nämlich tatsächlich existiert. Als ich Ende 91 zum Amiga Joker gekommen bin, da war ich ja vorher schon, habe ja North Sea Inferno entwickelt, Twinkie Go Cycling, irgendwelchen Kram halt so. Auf dem Amiga habe ich tatsächlich nie ein Projekt zu Ende geführt bis zu diesem Zeitpunkt. Als ich dann beim Amiga Joker angefangen hatte, da ging mir so ein bisschen die Zeit aus fürs Development. Also sprich, du bist so mit Herz und Seele bei dieser Schreiberei, bei diesem Spieletesten, dass du, wenn du abends nach Hause kommst, in aller Regel nicht mehr sehr viel mehr tun kannst, als entweder den Fernseher einschalten, lesen, was auch immer. Aber Development braucht schon eine gewisse freie Kapazität noch, die hatte ich dann zu dem Zeitpunkt nicht mehr. Habe dann so vielleicht 92, 93 das Development für mich selber eingestellt. Aber die Festplatte existierte noch und auch die Disketten mit dem Source Codes existierten noch und die bilden tatsächlich den Kern, also den Horizontalshooter, den ich dann 92 noch hätte entwickeln wollen, der aber nie vollendet wurde, der bildet den Kern der Reshoot-Reihe, die dann 2015, die ich 2015 wiederbelebt habe und 2016 damit mit Reshoot, 2019 damit Reshoot R und jetzt in 2023 mit Reshoot Proxima fortsetze. Der Kern ist tatsächlich die Zeit beim Amiga Joker in 92.
Ja, cool. Da geht es auch so ein bisschen dann in Richtung Ausbildung. Hans, du bist Professor und Dozent an Unis, du lehrst Game Design. Was kannst du den Studentinnen erzählen über Retro-Computing und wie wird das aufgenommen? Also
tatsächlich war ich auch sehr überrascht, als ich damals zuerst in Rom gefragt worden bin, weil ich hatte in Rom 2 Vorträge gehalten und habe mich der Vertreter von der Uni gefragt, ob ich da nicht mehr draus machen will. War nie ein Plan dahinter. Es war okay, wenn ihr denkt, ich kann das. Aber tatsächlich, und auch bei der Media Design Hochschule jetzt in Berlin, der Gedanke war immer, ich bin ein Mann der Praxis. Ich habe schon viele Produkte fertig entwickelt, ob das jetzt Magazine sind oder Spiele oder Webseiten. Am Ende geht es darum, ein Produkt zu planen, durchzuführen und fertig zu machen. Und mein Eindruck ist aus den ganzen Vorlesungen mit den Studenten, dass ich wirklich aus der Praxis erzählen kann, worauf es ankommt, worauf man achten muss. Und tatsächlich musste ich auch im Rahmen der Vorbereitung für meine Vorlesung, musste ich auch erstmal das Ganze strukturieren und was mache ich eigentlich und habe dann eigentlich die Sachen, die Prinzipien, die ich eigentlich angewendet habe, ohne dass mir jemand gesagt hatte, das notiert man dann, man liest dann andere Lektüren und stellt dann fest, hey, das, wie man selbst gearbeitet hat, das ist durch ein anerkanntes System und wenn man das dann strukturiert, dann bringt es auch was, weil man dann tatsächlich auch es waren jetzt in den letzten 3 Monaten in München und Berlin, wo ich wirklich anhand konkreter Projekte sagen konnte, wie geht man vor, wie pitcht man, Producing, iteratives Design, all diese Sachen, die man dann eigentlich ja immer gemacht hat, ohne dass man wusste, dass es ein System ist, dass man die einfach zusammenfasst und weiterbringen. Und das ist, glaube ich, das Schöne, wenn auch die Studenten einfach, oder tatsächlich der Professor, der mich angefragt hier hat aus Berlin, der gesagt hat, er will jemanden aus der Praxis und nicht einfach der nur theoretisiert. Und das ist, glaube ich, der Vorteil, wo ich dann auch immer den Studenten sage, ich weiß nicht, ob das alles richtig ist, kann euch nur erzählen, wie ich vorgehe, wie ich es mache und vielleicht findet ihr euren Weg draus. Und tatsächlich macht es aber auch großen Spaß, wenn du siehst, dass es da draußen junge Leute gibt, Anfang 20, so wie wir damals, die sagen, hey, ich möchte da was machen, wie gehe ich da vor und wen brauche ich und ja, das ist eigentlich wirklich großartig.
Ja, cool, danke. Ich springe jetzt noch mal einmal kurz zurück, weil ich die Geschichte ganz cool fand. Die Amiga Plus hat, soweit ich mich erinnere, als erstes Magazin in Deutschland, Europa vielleicht sogar, den Amiga 1200 gezeigt. Erzähl mal.
Ich bekam einen Anruf damals von der Marketingleiterin von Commodore Deutschland, von Carola Bode. Die rief mich an und sagte, es kommt ein neuer Computer raus, der heißt Amiga 1200. Sag ich, super, was wird der denn alles können? Dann hat sie das erzählt, dann habe ich gesagt, toll, und wie sieht er aus? Und dann hat sie mir das in etwa so beschrieben, habe ich gesagt, klasse, ich brauche sofort ein Bild. Sagt sie, wir haben kein Bild. Dann habe ich gesagt, schön, kann ich Ihnen denn nach Frankfurt einen Fotografen schicken und der schickt mir dann sofort den Film. Sagt sie, wir haben hier in Deutschland kein Gerät. Dann habe ich gesagt, ich brauche aber sofort für die nächste Ausgabe ein Bild. Sage ich, können Sie mir den Ansprechpartner bei Commodore USA nennen, dann schicken wir dort einen Fotografen hin. Sagt sie, kann ich Ihnen nennen, aber da wird er mit Sicherheit nicht mitmachen. Dann habe ich gesagt, okay, gut, aber darf ich es probieren? Sie nannte mir also den Mann, sie nannte mir die Telefonnummer, ich habe versucht, ihn zu bequatschen und er sagte, no, 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 no picture, no picture. Dann habe ich gedacht, das kann doch nicht wahr sein. Unser Heft war relativ neu, wir wollten uns natürlich in dem Moment am Markt behaupten und wollten als Erste dieses Gerät zeigen. Dann rief ich also die Frau Bode wieder an und sagte, jetzt mal so zwischen uns beiden, wenn wir ein Bild veröffentlichen würden, hätten wir dann Probleme mit Commodore Deutschland? Dann sagt sie, was Sie machen mit Bildern und so weiter, ist mir ganz egal, ich weiß von nichts. Und dann haben wir uns also hingesetzt und haben dieses Bild getürkt. Wir haben den Amiga 1200 vorher noch nie gesehen gehabt. Sie hat mir beschrieben, wie der aussieht, dass der also etwas länger ist wie der bisherige Amiga 600, dass der eine 10er-Tastatur hat. Und wir sind die ganze Nacht da gesessen und haben mit Photoshop dieses Bild gebaut und hatten als Erste dieses Bild draußen. Und dann rief mich die Frau Bode wieder an und sagt, jetzt hat mich gerade der Chefredakteur von Markt und Technik angerufen und hat sich furchtbar beschwert, wieso er kein Bild bekommen hat. Und ich habe ihm versichert, dass der ICP-Verlag mit seiner Amiga Plus auch kein Bild bekommen hat. Habe ich gesagt, das kann ich unterschreiben. Sagt sie, niemand hat ein Bild, wie haben Sie das gemacht? Und ich habe ihr das erzählt. Und dann sagt sie, Ihr lieber Kollege von Markt und Technik hat mir versichert, er war mit Ihrem Heft bei seinem Layout und die haben mit der Lupe drauf geguckt und haben ihm versichert, nein, das Bild ist echt. Ich kann heute sagen, das Bild war nicht echt. Das Bild war getürkt. Es waren die Anfänge von Fake News. Aber Gott sei Dank haben wir Glück gehabt. Das Gerät sah dann tatsächlich so aus.
Sehr cool. Wir haben leider nur eine halbe Stunde. Ich weiß nicht, wie weit ich das ausreizen darf, aber ihr hättet bestimmt noch 2 Stunden zu erzählen, alle, jeder von euch einzeln. Ich würde aber auf jeden Fall, und ich glaube auch das Publikum, gerne erfahren, was ihr heute noch macht. Vielleicht magst du einen Anfang machen, Horst. Also was treibt euch noch an? Hast du noch Projekte, die du im Kopf hast, die du gerade voller Brust hast?
Also Projekte konkret nicht. Ich gucke mir das an, was im Augenblick halt so los ist. Ich bin gespannt, was bei dem Thema KI passieren wird. Das halte ich zurzeit eigentlich für eine ganz spannende Geschichte. Ansonsten an konkreten Projekten selbst arbeite ich zurzeit nicht.
Vielleicht ja mal an einem Buch? Gut, wir reden dann nochmal. Richard, du hast Visual Proxima gerade veröffentlicht. Es kommt ja bestimmt noch was von dir, oder?
Ja, ich kann ja nicht viel mehr als Spieletests schreiben und Games entwickeln, also werde ich auch in Zukunft weiter Games entwickeln. Ich habe ein kleines Development-Studio gerade gegründet und werde jetzt die nächsten 2 Jahre damit verbringen, mit Mitteln aus dem Bundesfördertopf ein Computergame zu entwickeln. Das ist der Plan für die nächsten 2 Jahre und wenn es gut läuft, dann muss ich danach nie wieder irgendwie einen Finger krumm machen. Das wäre so der persönliche Plan.
Ja, viel Erfolg wünsche ich. Das klingt nach einem guten Plan. Hans, du hast auch gerade ein neues Projekt, Holoride. Erzähl doch mal darüber.
Also in der Nebenbeschäftigung bin ich Dozent in Rom und in München. Ist aber wirklich Nebenbeschäftigung, die einfach nur Spaß macht. Meine Hauptbeschäftigung ist tatsächlich Holoride in München. Da bin ich als Principal für den Content zuständig. Holoride ist eine Ausgründung von der Audi AG und es ist das welterste In-Car Entertainment VR-System. Sprich, man sitzt im Auto, setzt sich die Brille auf und kann dann Spiele, Filme und Sonstiges genießen. Und die Besonderheit bei Holoride ist, es ist seit November letzten Jahres auf dem Markt, kommt jetzt auch in anderen Ländern. dass die Bewegung, die man in der Brille sieht, die ist synchronisiert mit der Bewegung des Autos. Wenn das Auto losfährt, bewegt sich auch die Landschaft im Spiel entsprechend. Und da bin ich für den Content zuständig und bin jetzt zum ersten Mal auch Teil der VR-Industrie, über die ich früher vielleicht geschrieben habe zu PlayStation-Zeiten, und auch der Autoindustrie. Ja.
Keine Amiga-Technik verbaut?
Nein.
Okay, ich danke euch ganz herzlich. Hat super Spaß gemacht. Ich hoffe euch auch allen.
Danke,
Ich
Nico.
wünsche euch viel Erfolg bei allem, was ihr vorhabt. Wir bleiben in Kontakt und sehen uns bestimmt in 2 Jahren wieder.
Danke, Nico.
Dankeschön.
Du hast es super gemacht. Das war großartig.
I pointed at the speakers for you?
Instantly, first thing, go there, run there.
Yeah, oh, just to make sure we have some good feedback. Yeah.
Feedback is the most important thing.
Yeah, it's good to get good feedback, right? Yeah, well, good feedback. Constructive feedback, that's the one. I don't know, that seems like constructive feedback. It keeps building.
Test? Wunderbar. Im Prinzip vorweg, wir werden eine kleine Änderung im Programm machen. Wir ziehen ein Interview vor, das kommt gleich. Die beiden, die uns nur halbwegs verstehen, und ich kann jetzt alles böse sagen, sie verstehen das gar nicht, die sitzen hier schon, das machen wir gleich. Also das Interview mit Beth Richards und Dave Haney wird gleich stattfinden. Das Interview, was eigentlich angekündigt war, wird gerade versucht herzustellen, das kommt dann eventuell danach. Willst du? Gut. So.
Ja, und wir überbrücken die Zeit wieder ein bisschen. Wir haben noch ein paar...
Nein.
Also, was?
Wir hauen gleich rein.
Achso, dann mach du.
Ich dachte, du wolltest... Achso, soll ich das machen? Nee, wir machen das... Gut, also auf der Bühne zu kommunizieren ist schön, aber das hätten wir auch vorher klären. Also, willkommen. Schön, dass ihr alle da seid. Ich hoffe, ihr habt euer English-Translator, euren Babelfisch im Ohr, denn das wird auf Englisch geführt, dieses Interview. Das kann ich auch nicht übersetzen. Könnte ich schon, aber mache ich nicht. Haha. Wir haben hier ein Interview, und zwar mit zwei Legenden. These are legends. You are legends, of course. All people here sitting on the red sofa are legends. In what way? Okay, so these are two people that are commonly known as legends. And the man on the side, the left guy there, sitting there, totally relaxed, drinking his Warsteiner with pride, is Dave Haney, the man who tasted all the German beers at least one time, I have heard that. Was born in a year far, far away in New Jersey. We heard the stories. I had a nice interview with him about his working house. He tried to... oh, yeah, that's okay. He was the main designer of the C128. You have a microphone.
Number 2 designer of the
sorry.
C128. System hardware.
I try the next
Yes.
one, and you try to... Amiga 4000.
Amiga 2000, Amiga 3000.
And the
a little bit of the 4000.
Ah, okay, a little bit. So
Little
this,
bit.
This is fake news made from Wikipedia.
Okay. Yeah, oh, the Wikipedia keeps changing, and I don't ever get to change it. So 4000 was mostly Greg Berlin and Scott Schaefer.
Okay. And he is very active in the community. As you see, he's here, so he's active. Non-decommissioned in any way.
That's correct. Yeah.
And he was very, very famous for making a documentary called The Deathbed Vigil.
And other tales of digital angst. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That was my what happened to Commodore Film, and it was basically I wanted engineering to have a story to tell, because the money people are usually the ones telling the story. And so I made that as a home movie, and then my good friend Dale Larson, who had started a publishing company, said, "Dave, we need to get this out to the fans." And so then I went back to my garage and started working on more video editing.
But before you start all your cool stories, there's someone sitting on your left side, and I want to say hello to Beth. Beth Richards is... Applause, of course. The lead engineer of the Amiga, and listen, frankly, it's a CD 1200, not an Amiga 1200, as I mentioned when I talked to her. She worked on the Grace and the Beauty Ship.
A little bit of beauty, mostly Grace.
Mostly Grace, a little bit on the Beauty Ship for the cost-reduced CDTV and the Akiko chip on the CD32. And she has brought nothing, which I had something like she brought something and she didn't brought it here, so no thing here on the...
It's hard to get machines from California to Germany and back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
In the airports, I'm not safe.
I will exchange that microphone because this is a little bit...
I can probably get a little warmer on this.
You could?
Yeah,
Is that okay?
Ja, ist gut.
Oh, wunderbar. Then it's okay. Then I will. So, is there a point I could stop any of you from talking? So let's try. I just dip in and you start talking. Where do you want to start?
At the start?
At your start?
Well, not quite my start, but at my start at Commodore. Dave mentioned Dale Larson. He and I started same day. And I came in to do chip design in the group that was doing multimedia products. And the special projects group had done a CCTV. And CCTV was expensive, hard to build. And there you go, Dave. And so Jeff Porter and Hedley Davis were the management in the multimedia group in the systems team. And they had made a proposal to create a CDTV that was cost reduced, that was going to be a better product. It included a connector in which you could put a RAM expansion, and it had an IDE expansion on that card as well. And it had a bracket underneath where the floppy was for the hard drive. And this CDTV CR was built into pilot production where I believe 64 of them were built. I got one. Hedley got one. Jeff got one. I don't know. They went around. Only 64. But we weren't allowed to go to full production until all of the existing CDTVs were sold out of the warehouse. This was not a good idea because they weren't selling very well because they were too expensive. And there were several of us that felt that the right answer would be give them to schools. Let the children use the CDTVs. Let the children ask their parents, can I get a CDTV for Christmas? And the answer could have been yes. And not only yes, but you'd get a better one for less money. But no, we can't do that.
No.
We have to sell everything in there.
So it would be an upgradable CDTV.
It was not the same design. It was a from scratch design to do the same functions. So it wasn't an upgrade on existing. It was the same user experience, but better.
So
and
things
less money.
Most of the customers didn't know they could do on their TV, plus cheaper than the one on the CDTV already on the shelves in the stores.
Yeah, the CDTV was originally intended to be put in like a living room stereo rack, black.
Yeah, of course. Same feet, same style. Yeah.
And there were some things that were difficult about it. If you wanted to add a floppy, the only way was an external floppy, like a DF1.
Perfect.
And they made a black one, and the keyboard would plug in on everything plugged in on the back, which was difficult to use. So we put the the additional floppy on the front panel behind a little piece of plastic you could remove and put your CD in there. We had the keyboard connector on the front. We had the mouse connectors on the front. We had the CD caddy? No, we had the CD drawer. And a very nice little display on the front for controlling it all. So I had come from a previous company where I had learned to do chip design, and I came to work for Hedley, and I think that most of my really good design engineering for chip design was learned by Hedley, who would yell at me and say, think this through, this isn't working, make it. He encouraged me to think the hard problems, and I learned so much from that. Compared to people like Dave, I was a very junior engineer at the time, and to be in that group of people that had so much knowledge and so much enthusiasm to learn, I grew greatly in my time at Commodore. It's one of my very high points in my career, even still today.
I'd like to add that Commodore, this one's loud. The Commodore basically did the same thing for me. I started at Commodore 4 months out of college. I had one job before that. It was a terrible job. That's why I left, went to Commodore. And under Bill Hurd, who was kind of, Bill and Hedley had actually worked together previously at Pennsylvania Scale. So they both, Bill was basically my mentor, and I learned, I spent 4 years at Carnegie Mellon learning engineering, and then I spent, a total of 11 years at Commodore learning real engineering.
Practical engineering.
Yeah. How you actually do the thing that turns ideas into products.
Yeah, you got there a little before me.
Yeah, I was there in the fall of '83.
I started in August of 1991.
Yeah.
So we built the CD-TVR well enough to be sent out to be production, and it didn't go. I think that there were several things that we worked on that were built out ready to go to production, and they didn't go. You think so too?
Oh yeah, yeah. We had all kinds of stuff that was ready to go, and sometimes it was just company politics, and especially there were some environments, especially in the '90s, where the politics were changing because they brought in new management, and the new management wasn't. You probably heard some of the stories. They weren't exactly the smart kind of management that says, hey, let's look at all that money we've been spending and seeing if there's products there. They were let's make sure the previous guys don't get credit for the things that they've invented.
Yeah.
So a lot of products that really should have been put out that were kind of ready to go, or at least getting pretty close, were tabled, and that's why your Pandora/AA chip systems didn't come out for almost a year from when they should have. Little things like that.
Yeah, I remember the Headley Hi-Res, the 2024 and the 19-inch version of it. That had a frame buffer in the monitor. It had to be you had to have a special monitor to use this. And Chris Coley on the hardware side and Spence Jansen on the software side came up with an idea that we could make a Zorro card, a graphics port card to plug into the 2000s and the 3000s that would have that sort of a frame buffer built onto the card. And they dragged me in to go do the chip design on it. Yeah. And we came up with a way to make it work where we needed 5 chips. Some were bus interface, some were managing the memory, the frame memory. Some of them were driving it out to the monitor. But instead of building 5 chips, we built one larger chip that we could say, when we soldered it down, you would put in different connections to say, the job the chip will do here is the bus interface. The job the chip will do there is the memory controller. And so we could build one thing for multi-use and have it configured where we wanted to put it. The idea was to take in pixels at the fastest that the Amiga could put them out, but into a much, much larger frame. But if they're that big of a frame, it would be a long time before you'd be able to put the frame out onto the monitor. Monitors don't like that. They like to be run at a constant frame rate. And so the purpose of this was to be the storage area for the frame, so you could write it in, and when it was ready, it would become live, and the one that had been live would go over and start getting written in, and we could replay that frame so that the monitor would always go at the same speed. We could have had, although not at a very high update rate, frames on a monitor at like 4K resolution. The digital analog converters supported that. All we needed was a monitor to drive it onto, and that project went nowhere. We called it, Chris Coley named it the motivator, as in, Uncle Owen, I think this droid's motivator is broken.
Yeah, and I should point out that almost everybody in engineering had been using some sort of Headley high-res monitor, either Headley's or the Monoterm version. Every one of us who used Amigas in our office. Not everybody used Amigas in their office. The whole look of 2.0 was designed around that after we saw the next machine. And what they were doing with 4-bit planes, basically, or 2-bit planes, what they were doing with 4 colors. And so we were like really thinking in those terms of those resolutions, and that, it's a shame that we couldn't have done something like that to make it, hey, plug this into your Amiga 2000 and you'll be able to plug in a regular monitor and get these high resolution things, and probably a bunch of different modes that could have come through that. Yeah, there's a lot of lost opportunity. At one point I was working on, I think, 6 different Skunkworks projects, things that probably should be done, but for whatever reason hadn't yet been approved. Mostly because there was a time when we just weren't supposed to be working on stuff. And it's like, I'm an engineer, I have to be working on something. I'm going to be working on something. If you can't tell me what to work on, I'm going to make it up myself.
How depressing was the situation to be engineering on non-engineered base, on always having the problems coming to the people who say, okay, that's a nice idea, but no.
You know, it actually made me work harder on trying to come up with good ideas because I didn't know what else to do at the time. I mean, you know, that didn't really occur until the management shift in 1991. So before that, I didn't know what to do about it. After that, I'm like, you know, I'd spent a good portion of my life at that point, professional life, in trying to build Amigas. So I'm like, I still want to build Amigas. I'm going to have to start preparing for what happens after somebody intelligent within the Commodore organization decides that the people running the company right now are idiots and fires them, and the company somehow survives. So that's what I was doing. I was planning for that by designing stuff that was at least in CAD, at least ready to go. A few of those things hit the world, like the 4091 hard drive controller. A lot of the stuff also was pushed through by Jeff Porter. Jeff Porter would be like, yeah, Dave, you can have some money to build this thing that nobody had asked for, and we all know we need, and nobody at management wants, because maybe someday we'll want it or we'll have a use for it or whatever. And other times it was just, you know, a Spark workstation and some compiled M code to work on another thing, to try to work out stuff. I was designing architectures. I was doing all this stuff. So, I mean, it wasn't bad creatively because I was sort of fighting the bad future we had at that point, but unfortunately, we never got the good thing that was good. We never got the light. It was always the train in the tunnel and not the light coming out. At least in those latter days of Commodore. You know, I mean, I did get to build. You know, in 1990, 1991, I did get to build the AA systems that fueled a bunch of our other machines. I didn't work on any of them that much. Like I said, I did a little bit on the 4000, but they were basically just taking my 3000 plus and making some changes based on what was demanded by the company, the bosses. I got to work on a multi-processing project that really went nowhere, but that was also just due to resources. It was some bad timing with some bad chips too. We had a little window and we didn't get to do that. I got to work on the AAA system and got it to the point where we had pictures on a screen. There's a lot of, you know, it was the first generation of chips, and unfortunately back then we didn't really have the simulation resources to do chips the way they do them today, where they simulate the crap out of them.
Okay.
I'm standing next to a chip designer, sitting next to a chip designer who's yeah. So I mean, you know, there were, but you know, the end result was we didn't get the things we wanted done.
Do you, Beth? Question? Do you want to answer on that?
Yeah, I was going to expand on that a little bit. First off, he mentioned M code. For those that don't know, that's a hardware description language that was used in the 90s. I liked it, but now we're all doing Verilog, System Verilog, those kind of things. In any case, when we were developing a Kiko, well, what is a Kiko? Okay, so it was going to drive a CD. We already had a machine that did that, the CD-TV CR. So we took Grace and Beauty, which were equivalent to, like, you know, Gary and Buster, Gale and Budgie. You see this G and B combination here, and Headley was the one that came up with the names Grace and Beauty. We took those two, put them in one chip. We looked around for what else we could start bringing into that one chip in order to fit on a smaller motherboard. We brought in the two 8520s. There's a fun story, if we have time, about how the corner turn memory for chunky to planar conversion got created, and that was added in there because we were trying to bring things in and make it smaller. But when we developed it, we built a board that would sit on top of the motherboard and had connectors on either end. And all of the functions that were in CDTV, in the Akiko, were divided up and put into FPGAs on top of this board. And you could actually close the case. It looked like it was, you know, a complete system with the board on top for developing. And the intention was to do all of our debug, all of our bring up using these FPGAs. And then at the time when they were right, we were going to switch over to doing simulation in order to build test programs so that when Akiko came out of the factory, they could test if it was functional at the factory. But somebody intervened because Mehdi Ali wanted to take the CD-TV, the CD32 to the January Consumer Electronics Show in 1994, and there was no way, he's insistent, that it be with an actual piece of silicon in there and not this extra board with the FPGAs on it. Well, this was a problem because we had no way to test if they were actually working correctly. And if everybody followed the rules in making the FPGA board, it should work. And so Headley was tasked with making the delivery to the fab, to the factory for the chip. And that date was December 7th, 1993. So December 7th means something to people who especially lived in Hawaii in 1941, I guess it would have been, because that was the Pearl Harbor Day. And the ship that's the most famous for having been sunk was the Arizona. And so Headley named this delivery to go to the fab. That project was called the Arizona. Because he had that much faith that it would work.
To just jump in, the Arizona is the big battleship which sunk at the attack on Pearl Harbor. That's
correct.
The first hit on American ground for the U.S. that something has happened terrible.
I think it was not so much the first hit that was important as it sunk.
Yeah, it sunk. Okay.
So it came back, and it almost worked right. There was something a little funny going on, and we figured out what it was, and we had to do a fib, which is a focused ion beam, I think. But it's basically doing what people do on a motherboard with cutting and jumpering, but on a piece of silicon. So I think we took 32 of them and took the lids off of them and built this out, and we got 2 chips working, and 30 of them were destroyed.
Ooh, wow.
And so the 2 units that went to January CES had actual silicon in it. Of course, then Headley and I worked on getting all the functions that we were doing in the lab converted into simulation, and that's what became Akiko in the end, not Arizona.
We also had fibbed chips in the AAA system. In AAA, there's a big controller chip called Andrea, which does the same function as Alice or Agnes, only at 32 or 64 bits wide. And when we got it, the Andrea could support either regular DRAM or the old dual port VRAM, not the graphics RAM that they have today, but dual port VRAM. Unfortunately, right out of the fab, it didn't do either. So no DRAM until you fibbed it. So we were spending $1,000 a chip or something to zap them into either VRAM or DRAM mode, and that actually worked. At least the chips I got. We had 3 of them, they worked. They were all in DRAM mode because we didn't have any VRAM yet. I had built the system to take RAM modules. They were actually sitting in PCI style connectors, not DIMMs, because I wanted to have a lot of room for probes and stuff around the memory. But it had memory. You could plug it in, and it could either be a DRAM or VRAM module. And we had it. We had that working that was also, since we're in the 90s, that was actually 93 where that first booted, and we found out also there was a bug in the display chip, Monica chip, where all the colors were like skiggled. So I thought about like going to the motherboard and trying to cut things, but we were using onboard DACs at the time, and you couldn't really get to the signals you wanted the way the boards were designed. So one of the chip guys just wrote a little reorganizer, and you could take a graphics file, and it would spit out a new file that had all the colors reorganized. And when you put that up on the screen, it looked great.
So this doesn't sound very engineering. It's more like workshop engineering.
Part of it is that so like the AAA project was started in 1988. The reason that the excuse me, the Pandora project, as it was originally called, which became AAA, AA, which is what we called it, or AGA, which is what the marketing people called it, that actually didn't start work until around 1990. And it was just called AA because it was one less A than AAA. AAA stood for Advanced Amiga Architecture. And the reason that took so long is because Commodore wasn't spending money on resources. We had one guy per chip, and each chip was larger than any chip Commodore had ever made before. They were the first set of chips that absolutely positively had to be made outside of Commodore on a project. Now there may have been others since then, because that was, again, that started in '88, and we were getting fab resources from Hewlett Packard, but it wasn't like today where you can just hire a chip fab. In fact, almost everybody does. Like NVIDIA doesn't have their own chip company, and AMD doesn't anymore because they use contract fabs for the parts they need.
No Apple fabs either. Apple
Doesn't have a fab.
Yeah. Meta doesn't have a
Qualcomm
fab.
doesn't have a fab.
No.
Intel does.
Intel does.
Samsung does.
Texas Instruments does.
Yeah. Well, they just do analog stuff anyway.
Yeah. Well, I spent 5 years there.
Yeah. Well, they used to do digital stuff.
Yeah. And, well, they did. I was in mixed signal group.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess they do DSPs, so that's digital. Yeah. They're still DSP
Not
people.
my group. We were doing.
Do they fab their own DSPs?
So
Yeah.
you do most of the work is done on FPGAs, just to assure that you mentioned the FPGA thing in the engineering process. Was that a weapon of choice to have at least something that could work on the system?
In the 1990s, that was your best way to prove in real time, running software that what you were building was going to work.
Yeah, we liked the idea of FPGAs when they first came out, but they weren't something we could use earlier on because they weren't fast enough or big enough.
Yeah.
Later on, they become, when they first came out, they were sort of a curiosity. They were like a different way to do a PLD or a PAL, but it wasn't super powerful. But they kept getting bigger and bigger. By the 1990s, they were pretty expensive, but they were perfect for prototyping because they were fast enough and big enough if you wanted to spend the money. They still have. They have $5,000, $6,000 FPGAs you can buy today.
25,000.
25,000.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't even caught. I never really consider using those, but yeah, you can get lots and lots of gates to do your chip prototyping. That's what all those parts are sold for, is chip prototyping.
Well, they're like a RAM. You load code into them, and that defines their behavior.
Yeah.
You can load a different code into them, and it has a different behavior. Where you make a chip, so you make one of those, it buys $25,000. You can change it as many times as you want. Yeah. To make a chip, it's millions of dollars.
It's millions of dollars, and it takes you a long time too.
And it takes a long time to
Yeah.
make the first one. After that, the rest, it's not so bad.
Yeah, so it makes a lot of sense to prototype in an FPGA if you can fit, if there's an FPGA, which today there probably is, that will fit your design. You test the crap out of it, you fix it, you get it really working really well, your software guys are happy, then you push the button on the chip.
Our Akiko FPGA platform, the schematic of the top layer of it had 4 large blocks. Basically the Grace block, the Beauty block, and the 28520 blocks. And there was no logic on that level at all. It was just connectivity. So we converted that into a logic board, and each one of those large blocks became an FPGA. So we were basically testing live code, but it was in a different form factor. When it came time to make Akiko, we just included that top layer of schematic, and boom, now it's all one thing. And so Akiko came out on the CD32, 1993 holiday? Is that when it was? Yeah. 1993. And by the 1993 holiday, things were starting to look kind of grim around there.
They sure were. Yeah, Commodore was losing a lot of money, and a big part of it was that they had screwed up a bunch of things. Like, they didn't. The bosses had decided that nobody was going to want AA machines in 1992, so they had been delaying it for 6 months. When it came time to building machines, we had announced the 4000, we had announced the 1200, but the 600 was ECS though.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, 600 was, the 600 was out. The 600 was a fairly, at the time, I know they've become popular under certain circles. All the guys who do music with A500 class machines like the 600 because it's small and it's got a RAM card. But back then, Yeah, it was just kind of pushed on the public, and they canceled the 500 even though it was still selling because the management wanted the 600 to be the thing they were selling, even though it was more expensive. But the 1200 and the 4000, Commodore could kind of sort of make a Lisa chip, but at the time it wasn't really yielding because we had a 1.5 micron CMOS process and they really wanted a 1 micron CMOS process, so they had to place an order with Hewlett Packard for a series of for the chips we wanted, but yeah, Hewlett Packard was doing contract manufacturing for us, but it wasn't their thing, and so you had to get this order in way in advance. And the management had not done that because they didn't believe that any of these machines were going to be out, even though they were the ones causing them to delay. So in that year, you ended up with having 600s in plentiful supply. Nobody wanted them. 500s were going away. 1200s everybody wanted. You couldn't get them because we couldn't make enough chips. And probably would have sold more 4000s too, but 4000 was not a huge Christmas item thing. So that made Commodore's transition from 1992 to 1993 really uncomfortable, which ended up affecting the AAA project and the CD32 project.
And once we did get the CD32 out, now what? You know, I was in like I said, the multimedia group, and I looked around and I'm like, you know, a bunch of the 1200 owners would probably like to have a CD interface. Now, you have to remember, this is before IDE available CD drives, before USB was even existing 5 years earlier. Yep. You know, so to do a CD controller, you needed a very custom thing to do everything, and that's what was originally in Grace and went to Akiko. And so I asked Hedley Davis and then Jeff Porter, hey, you know, we could do this thing where we take the CD controller part of Akiko, we take the corner turn memory part of Akiko, which were unique to Akiko, we put them together with a DRAM interface for expansion RAM, we put it together with the interface to make a 68030 processor upgrade, and we put it with a bus interface, we put it on a card to go inside the 1200, we take a cable out the little back door on the back to drive the drive. We could make a CD for the 1200. Hedley told me I was crazy. But that was right around the time Hedley left. Yeah. And I pitched it again to Jeff Porter, and he's like, well, we can't make a chip. And he's like, and I'm like, yeah, okay, well, if I use a small FPGA to do all the DRAM controller and the bus interface, and I have to make it, we'll use a Kiko, because it's got everything in it, the rest of it, but it wants to be on a CD32 motherboard. So I had to convince the Akiko that it was in charge. So it really wasn't, but it didn't know that. But that took up the space that I would have otherwise used for the 68030 expansion processor upgrade. And that's why we built the CD1200, is because exactly what you were talking about. The management was clearly where the problem was with the company. There were rumors that perhaps somebody was interested in buying. What are they going to buy? They have to buy something that has all of the work that Dave's doing that was future-facing. And I was doing that same attitude as I was coming up with the CD1200 of, if they're going to buy us, they're going to want something for the future. This is for the future. By the way, the same technology, yeah, we'd probably package it with the full motion video and put that in the 4000 on the Zorro and maybe the 3000 if we had a roadmap. We knew where we could go. And all we needed was a management system that supported us and understood what the consequences of going forward with this and how it would benefit the company. And we had none of that.
Right, and also it really does help if you have somebody at the top of the company who understands the technology. In these days, we had a guy running the company who didn't use a computer, didn't watch television, didn't understand why computers and television were a good mix. I mean, you know, how many of you guys watch TV essentially on a computer today? Whether it's a IPTV or a laptop or I mean, you know, I don't have a real television anymore. I don't have anything with RF signals going in to give me a picture. It's all computer. So I was right.
Same, brother.
So in an engineering view, you both come from the engineering sector, and didn't have so much to do with decisions made from any way of Commodore. When do you think that you both saw that there is no that there is no end of the tunnel, that the tunnel is a dark hole, and you move in even more, and it gets even darker if you go on? Is there a point that you have different points of blackness in your life where you see that there has changes, that have been changes made that you know that it doesn't lead to anything? But was there a year like 92? Did you know in 92 that this won't go on longer than 1 or 2 years?
I was late to that. 91 is when I got there, so 92 it's like, yeah, still keep going, 93 was getting like, things are getting weird around here. 94 was like, I better update my resume.
So in 91, I was convinced that things were going really poorly because of some decisions management had made, and like I said, that's when I was kind of hunkering down and planning for the future and trying to do as much as I could. But I was an engineer, and I was a senior engineer. I wasn't exactly the guy who could walk into Mehdi Ali's office or Irving Gould's office and tell them what they were doing wrong, unless I wanted to get fired, which maybe would have been then I could have gone to work with RJ at 3DO, but.
Yeah, and I was a junior engineer, so I didn't even know RJ yet.
And actually, I joke, but I was actually offered a job out there, and in retrospect, I know 3DO didn't go out all that well either, but it really would have been cool to work with RJ for a couple of years. He's laughing in the background.
Yeah,
but I just, it's like I said, at that point in my life, I was like, technology can fix this. It wasn't the problem. It becomes a problem when you're not being funded enough to have enough people to implement the technology you want. Even though I think we had probably the best people I've ever worked with during the Commodore years. We all did crazy amounts of work. It weirdly prepared me for 15 years of startup companies, because I already knew that yes, a person can work 100 hours a week and not kill themselves. That if you know how to do something, you should be doing it at a company. Your job title isn't all that important. That having middle management accomplishes virtually nothing, unless they're the people who are cheerleading for you, or somebody like Jeff Porter, who figured out all the things that we weren't concentrating on, like how to make the thing affordable and keep the company afloat. Like when the Amiga 500 was being done, the code name was B-52. That came from George Robbins, whose favorite band was the B-52s, but there was a joke going around when the head of engineering at the time, Gerard Bucas, had said, if this doesn't succeed, they might as well bring in the bombers and level this place. So that was one of those hinge items where if the A500 was not successful, there would not have been a Commodore many years earlier. And the reason that the A500 was successful, it was very good design, but the reason it was successful was George did the design, but Jeff Porter managed the crap out of getting the prices for every single component in the system the way we needed them.
Yeah, he did that. Yeah, he did that.
Yeah.
I think the turning moment for me was sometime in maybe January or February of 1994, when we went into the cafeteria that day, and all of the potted plants from all around the building were lined up on a table with a silent auction card in front of it, where... Do you remember that? I was like, this is a problem.
Have you missed something?
Yeah. So my first opportunity in my entire career to be a lead engineer on any project was that CD1200. And I think of it, having read the book The Martian with Andy Weir, right at the beginning of the book, there's a quote that says, well, Ares 3 was my mission. Well, it wasn't my mission, it was Commander Lewis's mission. And then I was, in fact, the lowest person in the mission. And the only way I would be in charge is if everybody else above me left. Hey, I'm in charge.
Yeah, so you saw it coming, but on a different level. So as an engineer, you say it was, you saw the management problems very early, And of course you did, because it was already you started in management problems, and you saw it coming after the. In my opinion, the A500 is a very good bread and butter computer. Perfectly, it was perfectly in. I don't have to put the P in it because the microphone doesn't like it, but it's perfectly made for the customer, and it has a good price. And even in 1990, it was a good price, but in 1991, there had to be something new, and the engineers did well, but the management didn't.
Yeah, and it's both the engineering level management and what comes above that, because the people above that are the one deciding how much money engineering is going to have to spend. And when you're making chips, particularly, a little bit with circuit boards, a little bit, software, you need a lot of people. Hardware systems, you need new boards as often as you can make them. As often as you need to make them, and they need to be made correctly. And that was a problem on one of my systems as well. The second version of the A3000 Plus was made incorrectly. They had done sort of an experiment with surface mount. They screwed it up completely so that there were solder shorts. They didn't. For those technically minded, they didn't get a solder mask. They just manually applied solder.
Yeah.
And so the whole thing was basically there were shorts under every single chip, and I tried. I could not get the thing to work because there's just solder splattered everywhere. And I almost think that was an intentional sabotage of the project, because that was the first thing the new management did to me that made me think who are these jokers?
That's frightening. That's terrifying.
Yeah, that's terrifying. And that was at the time that was the largest and most complicated circuit board we had made at Commodore.
May I interrupt? From your engineering view, Beth, what would be the way if engineering had the lead in all the decisions in Commodore and didn't have any money problems? So you think of an Apple problem. Someone is in charge, has billions on account, and gives engineers the chance to do something. What would be the products that Commodore would have done in 95, 96, 97, 98? Could you see that as an engineer?
I want to go back to 1985.
Ah, okay, 85, so yeah.
Because my understanding, this is a rumor I've heard, maybe you know better than I do, is that there were software companies that were given those original development A1000s that were willing to work with Commodore and willing to basically put us in a position to get a much stronger position in the PC wars, which were not over in 1984, that could have been taking the business market and taking the education market and taking the video, the artistic market, but the money was not invested in it.
Yeah.
It was not. It was even when the company was approached by outside people with ideas that could have made a massive difference in what we did in the market, they were refused.
Yeah, there were a lot of situations where it was a matter of money. Later on, it had been a matter of ego. For instance, and it's in my film, we were approached by Sun Microsystems, who wanted to package the A3000 Unix version as an entry-level workstation to go along their other Sun workstations. Their older systems had been 68,000 based. Yeah. We had the second port of System 5 release 4.
Yeah, System 5R4.
System 5R4. And we had a graphics card. The universal graphics card could give you a megapixel color display. That had already been done. And all Sun basically wanted was hey, this will run all of our old code or all of our lower end code. And they were all concentrating on SPARC stations, which were still pretty expensive at the time. Seems like a good idea, hey? And our management screwed that up. There was another one where I think it was Epson wanted to resell the Amiga in Japan, and that deal had been screwed up. Now, Epson had a unique history with Commodore in that they were created basically by Commodore. Commodore went looking for a printer back when Centronics controlled the entire dot matrix printer market and wanted $1,000 for a printer.
they went to, they looked around and found that Seiko Instruments had made this little thing for printing out cash register print receipts. They went to Seiko and said, hey, can you make one of these that's an 80-column printer? And they said, yeah, I guess we can. Will you help pay for it? And they did. And Commodore came out with a $300 or $400 printer, whatever it was back in the days of the PET. And that led Seiko Instruments to say, hey, this is a good business. And they founded a company called Epson to take the printer business to the market. I have one at home. It prints in 10 colors, including three gray scales for my black and white photos. You know that, and they wanted to push heavily on Amiga in Japan. There were just all these weird little opportunities that between egos at the top, bad management, and not spending money, the systems were just never reached the heights they should have. And I think most people in this room agree they probably should have.
And that's why my answer to your question comes back to the early days, because I don't think the engineering was the problem. We had the vision. We had the vision to be there through the whole thing. Our hands were locked.
My question was made because I thought as a customer, what could have been come on the customer side as products from Commodore if there wasn't the problem with the own chip design and the amount of chips available for products and money?
Yeah. I mean, it really depends on when you start spending the money.
For me, as a 90s kid,
if it had never happened, we would have had. I mean, if things had gone according to plan, we would have had a AAA prod system out in 90 or 91. It would have, at that point, it would have had a 68040 processor, probably on a processor card, because we liked processor cards. That allowed you to put a faster one in there when they come available. I'm not sure, at that point, I was designing a whole new system architecture called Accusciator. I'm not sure we would have gotten to that because this would have happened sooner. But the idea was I was going for modularity and making it easier for third parties to replace parts of our hardware, and also making it easier for our chip designers to not have to redesign 3 or 4 chips as a system every time. Yeah. It was going to take a while, and actually it started out with I'd come up with what I was called the Amiga Modular Bus, or actually it was called the Amiga Modular Interface, so it's spelled Amy. And then about a year later, PCI came out, and I said, "Oh, that does the same thing, and it's an industry standard. We'll use that for we had planned to go on." And completely independent of that, when Ed Hepler, our big brain chip designer, was one of our big brain chip designers, but maybe the biggest of the big brains, Dr. Ed Hepler, who also teaches classes at Villanova University. Came up with this thing called Ombre, which was a next generation gaming and CAD display platform. It did everything. It was wonderful. No more bit planes, but it had chunky pixels, 16-bit chunky pixels on 4 play fields at the same time. Ombre also used PCI. And Ed had said, yeah, we're going to do all our I/O with the regular everyday chip you can buy from anybody for $5. But the graphics and the blitter, and it also had an onboard PA RISC processor, including a bunch of 3D instructions. Ed had designed he just used the PA instruction set, really. He designed the whole processor and the 3D instructions. None of this was ever built, but I think it was being simulated in M code, at least to some extent, while Commodore still existed. So my future architecture was saying, yes, we should be able to plug in a graphics card that's better than the one that's either on the motherboard or on a card, depending on where I have to put it based on the state of the art of the chips. When we started AAA, we were thinking about 68030, 68040 interfaces. But later on, I think all that stuff would have moved to PCI, just because then it would have separated parts of the chipset from parts of the rest of the system, made it easier to make improvements on both independently of one another.
And also achieving a lower price tag, because you can start at at a slower processor.
Well, I was doing the high end stuff, so
I know.
So it wasn't necessarily going to get more expensive, but it was probably not going to get a whole lot cheaper. It was going to get more powerful, but all that stuff should always be filtering down to the lower end. And then, of course, you had the third prong was the multimedia people who were doing something even different. And in fact, I was really happy when they started the CDTV project, mainly because we had been talking about doing some sort of living room computer since back in the 128 days, and it just had never gotten fruition. And in fact, after Commodore, that was one of the things I was doing in the later 1990s, was building living room computers. That it's just a thing you can plug into your TV to watch movies or something, but it's also an internet box and a bunch of other stuff. And in fact, when at MetaBox, which was based in Hildesheim, Germany, we had a thing. Our first generation was pretty weak. It could play MPEG-1 movies, and the second generation we were building. We had a separate video card that was just for digital video. It didn't change. It fed into a graphics chip that had hardware video overlays, so you could have video windows on top of your hardware and on top of your graphics, and it could do MPEG-2. It could play movies. It could do DVB television. The second generation of that card was going to do MPEG-4. We were getting into IPTV. We even had a contract with Blockbuster in the United States to deliver, you would buy one of these and you would have a Blockbuster store in your house, which is essentially what you have on Netflix today or Amazon or whatever. So, I mean, that had the break not happened, I think Commodore would have been pursuing those same things once you started getting the multimedia stuff, the networking people, and the computer people all together. So I mean that's one of the evolutionary areas. I think we could have easily been a prime mover in the whole digital television revolution, rather than leaving it up to those. Well, actually, it's funny though, because a bunch of people who were in some of those companies used to work at Commodore.
I didn't know you'd gone off to do that. So I'm going to tie a couple real quick stories together here. You did your movie on Wednesday that week. Yeah. I wasn't there.
Yeah. You weren't there.
I wasn't there because on Monday that week, we'd gotten emails sent out to everybody about all hands meeting, Wednesday noon, cafeteria, everybody be there. And I went down to HR and said, I can't come. And they said, well, can you come on Tuesday morning? And I went in on Tuesday morning and they gave me my package. Yeah. And they said, keep this under wraps. Nobody else knows about this until tomorrow at noon.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. So I get in the plane to go for my house hunting trip because I'd accepted a job at Compact Computers in Houston to work on living room computers on something we were calling the Compact PC Theater. And that's where my first patents were.
Okay, that's actually pretty funny because when I was looking for work, they had told us basically, Jeff Porter said to me personally and said to the company, if you have another offer, take it. Because they weren't expecting things to survive. So what Beth doesn't know is that previous weekend, and the reason I shot that film was I was in Texas. It gets better. I had been at a little company called Mizar. I met with their CTO, who had been their big brain on all their systems. They were doing multiprocessor DSP systems, really cool stuff. And he was basically spending too much time being in business and not enough time being in engineering. And he was looking to hire his replacement. And after it ended up us going out drinking, going for sushi, going for more drinking, going to a strip bar.
That's Texas.
Oh, it's not just Texas. My shoes were inappropriate. We actually had to swing by a late night shoe store and get me some hush puppies so that I could get into the strip club. Texas is a weird place. Anyway, after that interview, I flew to Houston and had an interview with Compaq. And I probably didn't talk to the right people. Maybe it sounds like you did, but so I had an interview with Compaq, and it was one of the computing groups, and I was like, what do you people do with your day? Because they had so many people there, and I'm used to, Commodore was run like a startup company where, you had all these people and you wear every hat that fits. If you can do something like, like I wrote disk salve for fun, but that became like a major asset to the company because your disks could be repaired. And a few other things. I wrote set CPU because I had built an 030 board and there was no way to turn the cache on. That's really where that came from.
Yeah.
So, and then later on I had MMUs and I'm like, oh, I can't do anything with the MMU. Oh, but I bet if I write an MMU code and start running my Kickstart and fast RAM, it'll go faster. So, there was some, things you just did because it was kind of like you were completely into this. It wasn't just a job. It was, it was a way of life. And so I came back from that trip to Texas. My wife had sent me with a camcorder. She says, if you're really serious about this, get some video of the neighborhoods. So I came back. I had like 3 fully charged camcorder batteries and a bunch of tapes. Oh no, I didn't have any tape left. So I went by Kmart. Remember Kmart? Yeah. I went by Kmart. They had 8mm tape in stock. On the way on that Tuesday, I went through the building and filmed. Wednesday, they weren't allowing camcorders in the building. Now, I don't know if that was because of me or because of that big layoff that they were planning that you weren't allowed to tell anybody about. But that's the day they fired more than half of the remaining company.
Way more than half.
Way more than half, yeah. There were like 30 of us left.
So the follow-on to that bit is that I'd gotten to Compaq, and I'd been there for about 6 months. We were working on a living room computer, and you think about living room, there's children in your living room, and they don't really follow the rules about turn it off to take the peripheral out and plug a new one. We had to come up with some way to deal with like hot plugging. We were thinking it through, and we were kind of getting it there. These guys from Intel showed up that were pitching their brand new high-speed serial interface, and it was hot pluggable. It was, you could build not a switch, but a expander board,
Hub.
Yeah, hub. There's the word. Thanks. Words me. They're leaving me. And they said they was going to have a 1 megabit bandwidth, and I'm like, 1 megabit sounds like a very, very round number. Is that because it's way faster than the keyboard and the mouse ports that you were replacing, or because there's some technical limit to 1 megabit? And they said, no, it's just so much faster. And I said, well, I recently came from Commodore working on CD products, and the CD data rate is 1.5 megabits per second by one CD. Do you think you could get enough to accommodate a 1.5 megabit data rate? And they're like, yeah, we'd need more than that for overhead and to allow multiple things happening at the same time, but I think we could get there. And I said, and now they're under development, and it's only another year or so away for this thing called a digital versatile disc, DVD. And it runs at, I think it was 6 megabit per second, if I'm remembering correctly. And I said, could you get to 6 megabit per second? And they said, that's harder, but I think we'll think it through. And so they went away, and they came back with their next version of the spec, and they'd renamed it to Universal Serial Bus. And this young junior engineer asking questions of like Intel senior fellows was the reason why USB 1 had full speed and high, it was low speed,
high speed and full speed.
Low speed and full speed. It was low speed for the, is because I sat there with my Commodore disk experience and asked questions. No, I think they should have just made full speed and skipped the whole low speed thing instead of everything runs at 12. We're good, but they didn't.
Well, I think that was for the mouse and the keyboard.
Well, but why limit?
Maybe it's cheaper. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, USB came out pretty cheap anyway. It wasn't like.
I think in terms of, the smallest amount of input turning into the biggest impact in the industry was me asking 2 questions.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but we are in a certain plan, but there at least are some questions. And vielleicht habt ihr irgendwelche Fragen an diese beiden Helden auf dem roten Sofa und würdet sie gerne stellen wollen. Any questions, perhaps? Yeah, well, it's just a second.
Hi. Thanks for the wonderful stories. Speaking of inexpensive and relatively standard external products. How did you view VGA at the time as a competitor and as maybe as something that potentially might have been used?
At the time, VGA was really slow because it opened up a tiny little memory window. We didn't really like the idea. I think it was probably still in my A2000. I got somebody in Germany had come up with a VGA card and some software that allowed you to run Amiga OS on the VGA card. And yeah, I mean the display was nice, but it was really slow. And you know, we weren't really thinking about, there wasn't any particular advantage to us using VGA because we had the software people who wrote our, you know, they'd support whatever we came up with, and a VGA didn't have hardware acceleration or anything like that either. So early on, it made no sense. Later on, there were graphics cards out there that had a tiny, tiny little corner of the chip that did VGA, and then they did all this other stuff with custom drivers. And when you look at those cards, yeah, those are pretty useful. You know, your modern AMD and NVIDIA cards, you know, graphics chips, whatever you want to call them. But back then, VGA made no sense for us on Amiga. On the other hand, like I said, I was pushing the hardware in the A5000, A6000 generation to support PCI, so you could have put a VGA card in there at some point if you wanted to, and somebody was willing to write the drivers.
I'm sorry to say this is the last question because the next, but I'm pretty sure that Dave and Beth are able to answer your questions when they're moving around this location. But last question.
Hi. Just a question, why was the Amber chip so short-lived and why wasn't it used in other products at the time? The Amber chip.
The Amber chip.
Yeah, why was it such a short use life?
The purpose of the Amber chip was really just to give us a higher, a higher resolution output or less bandwidth in kilohertz because people didn't like flickering. So it was basically a flicker fixer. And somebody asked me the other day, that chip was designed by Scott Hood. And that was really the purpose of it. It became cheaper to do a flicker fixer than the original. The original flicker fixer was done by a guy named Pete Silverstone, and he used SRAM software, you know, with his hardware, basically dual porting it. The Amber chip controlled field and frame store memories, which are used in digital television all the time these days, and that made it cheaper. But it still costs money, and once we had a chipset that could do that, they decided, the powers that be behind the 4000 decided that it wasn't going to be useful on the 4000. I think they were probably wrong, and that it would have been useful to basically switch between the output of that and the direct output if you had a VGA monitor or some similar monitor attached, so that you could scan convert all the old modes. So that's, but I wasn't really involved in that decision.
So then, thank you very, very much. Applause, applause.
Thank you for having us. Thank you, thank you.
That's it. Have some fun.
Will do.
Just leave the mic. Leave the mic on the sofa. So, das ist nächste. Bevor ich hier. That's a big step for mankind. Going down here. Should I give you a hand?
Thank you very much.
Just
down is easy. You get there one.
Yeah, down one time. You get down one. You just jump. Okay.
Ich hatte gedacht, dass du dir den so umdrehst, dass du auf die Leinwand gucken kannst. Ja, dann schieben wir den mal rüber. Das Ding ist leider gummierte Füße, glaube ich. Ich weiß nicht, ob sie dich sieht, keine Ahnung. So liegen gehen. Das kannst du auch. Nimmst du mal die 3, ich pack die andere mal.
Der funktioniert. Aber der Dave hatte ein Bier hier. Nee. Das ist wahr. Ach ja. Also, eine halbe Stunde mich anglotzen. Ja? Das
So, wir wollen die Zeit ja sinnvoll nutzen und 5 Minuten, sagt er gerade. In der Zeit kann ich nochmal auf unsere Verlosung hinweisen. Wer noch keine Lose hat, wir haben ein paar ganz tolle Preise, zum Beispiel 2 Vampire 4 Standalone unter anderem. Die Lose gibt es entweder hier bei mir gerade oder unten am Merchandise-Stand. Also wer noch nicht zugeschlagen hat, gerne kaufen. Und die Hauptpreise werden dann nachher so gegen 5:30 hier auf der Bühne gezogen. Und der Rest kann dann unten in der Lounge begutachtet und abgeholt werden. Ja? So if anyone wants some tickets for the raffle, this is your chance. So come up here and get some of them.
gleich aus und schmeiß die ganze billige Scheiße hier weg. Es gibt Gründe, warum ich das bestellt habe. Kann ich titschen, aber wirklich. Ja, mach es damit, bevor ich hier gleich einen Ausraster kriege, weil ich einen Stream bestelle und dann nur so eine Scheiße geliefert wird. Kann nicht wahr sein. Einfach noch 500 Euro in die Hand nehmen. Keine 500 Euro. Wenn du jetzt bist, auch keine Audio, die kostet 50 Euro. Ja, aber wenn du eine Blackmagic 8 nimmst, als Videoregie, dann kriegst du das Kamerabild direkt da rein. Alles, das ist eine komplette Videoregie. Die kostet. Weißt du, das ist das, wo ich mich drüber aufrege. Dann hast du hier nicht so eine Bastelei aus. Du machst das scheiße. Vor allen Dingen ist. Wofür spricht man denn vorher drüber? Wofür werde ich von Leuten angeschrieben, dass sie das und das brauchen?
Markus? Kommst du mal kurz? Wir müssen doch planen.
Ich kriege keinen Ton rein und raus in den Mac über diese Soundkarte. Keine Chance. Irgendwann hier nochmal. Ja.
Achso, eingeloggt bin ich noch, ja? Okay.
Lass uns mal bitte nochmal einen Testanruf machen, damit ich mal weiß, wo da was kommt.
I can. Can you hear me?
Wo muss ich rein? 1 und 2?
Ja, aber in Input, nicht in Link. Das sind die unteren beiden.
Okay.
Kannst du mal schauen? Jawohl. Die leuchtet noch? Ja, tut sie. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Wollen wir einfach mal versuchen? Ich hoffe, ihr habt noch ein bisschen Zeit da alle. Ms. Wellington, can you hear me? Hello, hello. Yeah. Hello, hello. Ich fühle mich ganz schön nutzlos jetzt. Ich fühle mich ganz schön nutzlos. Ja. Du kannst ja ein bisschen Entertainer machen. Entertainer, ich. Na Leute, gefällt sie noch hier? So? Danke, danke. Ja. So 5 Minuten so einen dicken Holländer anschauen. Ja, ich kenne das. Wir haben mal ein zu kleines T-Shirt so angezogen. Ich hoffe, ich kann noch atmen, aber es dauert noch ein bisschen. Die Technik, die hat uns immer wieder verlassen. Ist es Windows oder Apple? Normalerweise rufen da Leute an, macht das, macht so, macht es so, aber alle Amiga-Fans, ne? Klick her. So RJ, what are you playing? I'm here.
Well, we're playing Bomber Champ, and we're having a lot of fun with it. Dave Haney and I can't stop getting over here and playing it again.
So who's winning?
I'm not winning. RJ's winning.
RJ is winning. Bunch of little kids. Vielleicht können wir uns einen Film ansehen.
Hello.
Hello.
It looks like it works, at least for now.
Let's hope and pray.
Kann ich den beim Mac einfach reinstecken, den HD?
Okay, it seems to work now. Just a second.
They did it. Can you hear me, Gail?
I can't hear you very well, no.
Maybe if I talk a little louder. Oh. So this is nice and cozy. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good, 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 good. So let me set up a little. So. You can hear me good? Can you hear me okay, Gail?
Yes.
Much better. Okay, I'll sit close to the laptop. So, my name's Marvin, and I was especially hired to interview you.
I know the name, Marvin.
No, I wasn't. But it's a real honor and privilege to meet you sort of in person. It's too bad you couldn't make it over here, but we're glad to have you on the screen. And as you have probably seen, there are so many people around here wanting to see everything Amiga, and especially you.
What was wonderful to see in the audience was the number of young people.
It's amazing. It's amazing. So let me set the stage a little for the audience. Well, you can't you ask a lady what her age is, but let me say that you were born in a world war, and it wasn't the first one. But enough about the war. You were born in New York, and
correct.
And you were going to study engineering, which is quite in that time of day quite a weird study for a woman or a girl. So why did you choose engineering?
Well, all through school until my last year in high school, I was going to be a teacher. That was my mother's idea, but I went along with it. But I always say I saved a lot of children from a very miserable fourth grade by discovering physics. I had moved to a different city, and the school there had different requirements, and I had to take physics, chemistry, solid geometry, and trigonometry, and English. And that was all. And before that, I had been kind of avoiding science, but I loved it. And so I said, I want to be an engineer. And Northeastern University, it's a co-op school where you go half of the year to classes and the other half of the year work. And my parents agreed to my going there because I think they thought after my first work experience I'd go back to wanting to be a teacher, but it didn't work.
Did you finish it because you went to start a family, and
yes.
only got your bachelor at a later age? As a mechanical engineer, I read. So it was quite a career change. So the kids went out of the house.
Yes.
And you started your okay.
Yeah. most of my career, I describe my career as a communicator because I spent a lot of time, including my time at Commodore, explaining technical things to non-technical people. I wrote, as a mechanical engineer, I wrote a lot of reports on government projects, user manuals for the Navy, and then eventually more commercial things. But most of it involved communications rather than actual designing. The thing I liked about that is I didn't have to be a specialist in anything, but I got to learn about a lot of interesting things.
Exactly. So how did you end up at Commodore? What was your task? When was that? What year?
Well, it was funny. I had moved to England with my ex-husband, and my daughter came with us and was going to art school in London. But she decided she wanted to come back to the States, and I thought, yeah, if she leaves, it's going to be pretty boring for me over here. But I took my husband to the train station and Maidenhead in the UK, and I couldn't pull out onto the road because there was traffic, and there was seldom traffic at the time I was there. There was a sign in a window across the street saying they were looking for a technical writer in the computer field. And I said, nah. Next day, same thing, stuck in traffic. So I decided the sign was talking to me, and that if they wanted a hardware writer, I probably couldn't do it, but if it was software, I could. So I applied for the job. They gave it to somebody else. But I told people, this is my job. I'm going to get this job. And the other person, first day at work, didn't show up. So they called me and said, the job is yours.
And what were the tasks you were assigned to in the beginning?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
What were the tasks you were assigned to in the beginning at Commodore? What was your job?
Well, I started out writing software manuals, but I was not happy with the way things were structured because I had some other writers working for me, and what would happen is we'd write the manual and then the software would come in a totally different version, and we hadn't been informed of the changes. So I said, we have to set this up so that the writers, the people productizing the software, were in direct communication with the company that was developing the software, so that we could just, as we went along, rather than thinking we were finished and practically having to start over. So fortunately, that worked out, and we went on from there.
This was for the VIC-20 era?
Yeah.
64?
Very early VIC-20 days, yep.
Yeah. But your career in Commodore, you went up like a rocket in there. You got assigned more and more tasks.
Well, things were changing so quickly, Marvin, that and I was interviewed by a British publication about women in significant positions, and I said, in the computer world, in the home computer days, 60 days, 90 days was a lifetime, and so things were moving so quickly, nobody stopped to figure out whether it was a man, woman, or a Martian. If you could do the job, it was yours.
It's amazing. I'll skip for time reasons straight to the Amiga period. There's lots and lots of things you did before. I read something about lots of desk relocations. And your great quote about it. The Amiga, how did you get involved in that project?
Well, Commodore had acquired the company, Amiga. And there was the West Coast group and, of course, management, top management on the East Coast. And they did not have the same vision, so there was a little bit of this headbang. And so I was at a Hanover Messe, and my boss came to me and said they had had a meeting of the top people from around the world and said, we need a neutral party to go to California and be the liaison between the East Coast and the West Coast until we get this product launched. Would you do it? And I said, why not? So off I went to California, and I call it the summer that I tiptoed between the vice presidents, because my boss was still in the UK. There was the top boss, the guy who was in charge in Westchester. And then there was the top people in California. And I had to try and keep them all happy and all talking to each other. Funny story, I was supposed to go for 6 to 8 weeks. And at the end of that time, I said to the 2 US-based VPs, how long am I going to be in California? And they looked all worried. And they said, do you need to go home? I said, no, but I'm coming from the UK. It's about to be summer in California. I don't have any summer clothes. They both looked at me and said, Gail, go shopping. So they gave me the afternoon off, and I went and fixed my problem.
Very good. And what do you remember about the team of the launch of the Amiga? That a huge show with Andy Warhol.
Well, as I did in other countries as well, my job at the launch in New York was to coordinate the 3 computers. Now, remember, they're not finished yet. Through the projection onto the 3 big screens around the stage. I may not be remembering correctly. So it was like the deal was, if somebody thought their computer was going to go down, they'd let me know, and I'd call somebody else's computer up because they manually operated. So that was, so we had a dress rehearsal. It went really well. Went back to the hotel, came back in the morning for a final run through and check. Nothing was working. Nothing. Been there recently, but we got it working. And I thought, I am not leaving this theater to go change my clothes. And I was in jeans. So I sent somebody for my makeup, my pretty blue dress, because this was a gala, and stayed there because I just felt like I needed to know right away if it stopped working so we could get it fixed. But it worked fine. But the dance sequence at the end with the live ballerina synced to the Amiga generated image. I was a dancer when I was young. That was so beautiful and worked so well that I actually had tears in my eyes, and I will never forget that moment. I'm not sure whether it was tears of joy or relief, but it was tears.
Which I can truly imagine that. So after that, you became worldwide product manager. Can you tell short what that
Well, first they wanted me to stay in Westchester, stay in the States. And they offered me a job, but they couldn't tell me what I'd be doing. And so I said to them, listen, I've got all these connections with software houses in Europe from the VIC-20 and Commodore 64 days. I'm much more valuable to you back in Europe. So I went back to the UK, and within, I think it was 6 weeks, we put on the UK DevCon and down on the coast. And we had a huge crowd. We had a lot of fun. Everybody, crew came over from the US to do presentation to get the European software houses to start working on software for the Amiga. And that was really the first big step. And it worked. I mean, the Amiga, I don't think would have been as successful as it was without the developers. With all due respect to the Americans who did a good job, but there were an awful lot of really spectacular things that made it worldwide successful.
So that led up.
I'm going to disappear for 1 second. I forgot to turn off my house.
I'm waiting for a cat to walk, or maybe 12. I'm not sure. I'm
back.
That was well worth the wait. Yeah. So that all led to CATS, C-A-2-S, which stands for.
Yeah. Finally, they persuaded me to come back to the States, and CATS was it. And that was a great group of people. We worked really, really hard, and we worked very closely with engineering. Not the least bit helped by the relationship that Andy and Carolyn had, Andy Finkel and Carolyn Shepner. But the rest of the crew was amazing too. And we went on to acquire more software and run some more developer conferences. And I was thinking just the other day about the developer conference in Denver, where the crew decided they wanted to dress up like lemmings and be lemmings. And they knew they needed my permission or they'd be in trouble. So they came and asked me, and I said, one condition, I get to be a lemming too. So the way it was set up is that we had a recording of the music off the game track, and the reception, the cocktail reception, was on a lower level. So we came down an escalator with pale blue sheets, green wool wigs that they had made, walked into the room, stepped up onto a counter, walked off a counter, and then jumped off the end. When we, of course, going, ah! But when I got to the end, I thought, what did I get myself in for? Am I going to be able to jump this far? Because, of course, I was 20, 25 years older than all the rest of them. But I did, and it was fun.
Okay, and then you went to work on the CD TV project.
Yeah.
That was an idea of Mehdi, correct? How was he involved in that?
I'm not sure who decided that was going to be my project, but for whatever reason, I got it. I think we had an office at the farthest end from the main offices as you could get. Commodore Westchester is largely a big warehouse with offices across the front and partway down one side of the building. We were at the opposite end by the loading dock for the warehouse. I mean, and up a flight of stairs on this kind of would have been a balcony, but they closed it in. That's where we were. I was helped by the fact that CDTV was basically an Amiga in a different shell with a different user interface. And I remember going to CES in Las Vegas when we first started to show it publicly. And the guys from Philips CDI coming, unable to believe how much software we had. Because it was basically just changing the interface part and the delivery medium. And Commodore invested in a machine that would burn CD-ROMs, not in quantity, not pressing them, but for testing purposes and samples. And we offered that as a free service. And that's why we were able to come out with as much software as we did. Was it the right product? It was too early for the time. And it was positioned too much for education and not for fun, or it would have done better. But it was a great project, and it was a good concept.
It fitted right into the living room by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even maybe not a well-known fact is that the founder of Atari worked for Commodore at that time.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I say worked in the broadest sense of
yes.
Nolan Bushnell. So what's your experience with him? Did you have much to do with him?
Well,
was it, to say bluntly, like a sock puppet for marketing, or?
It was, yeah. He made public appearances. That's about it, to tell you the truth. And he was a character, there's no question. I just, on Commodore International Historical Society, put the story about when he took a huge group out to dinner in Las Vegas and let the restaurant decide what we're going to eat. So needless to say, they inflated the bill as much as they could. And then on his expense account, it went through as dinner for 2 people. And now we're not sure whether his secretary just made a mistake or whether she was trying to get him in trouble. But you can imagine the rumors that flew. Sig didn't drink. People are always trying to buy him a drink. So I said to him, drink club soda or tonic water with a slice of orange, because that's my drink, only mine has gin in it. And people will think we're drinking the same thing and they won't bug you. And it worked. So that was my big contribution to Nolan.
Okay, now to the saddest part of Commodore, your last day working there. What were your feelings at that time? Was it, okay, I'm ready for something else, or was it sad? Was it a bright look?
It had been 17 years. It was sad. But I could see it coming. And not that Commodore was going to go down completely, but that I was going to be put out. And so I figured, what do I do now? Well, I had always gone to the Software Publishers Association meetings in the US. and there was one coming up. So I went, I didn't register, I didn't pay, nobody questioned it. I went to a seminar on multimedia, I think, something along those lines. And they had a panel discussion. At the end of the panel discussion, the moderator said, I see Gail Wellington is in the audience. Would you like to say anything? It's probably one of the bravest things I've ever done that had a personal impact. I stood up and said, yes, I'd like to say I'm no longer with Commodore and I'm looking for a job. And it actually led to my getting a job.
Yeah. That's good. And did you follow Commodore or the Amiga after you left Commodore? Did you ever look back to it, or the current situation of it?
Say that again, please, Marvin.
Yeah. Did you, after you left Commodore, did you kept track of what happened to the Amiga or the software? Did you stay in touch?
Yeah. Yeah, I did. And I kept in touch with some of the people. Not so much anymore because it's been a long time, although I do love the online connections,
yeah.
The Facebook groups and things like that. I had a CD TV for a long time. It stopped working and I didn't bother to get it fixed. Not being a hardware engineer, just, wouldn't fix it with a screwdriver and a hammer, so I couldn't do it. But I'm absolutely amazed at this continuing life that this hardware has. It's just astounds me and pleases me, I must say. I have a nephew who's into 8-bit music. His first computer was a Commodore 64. And to see all the people in the audience there, all those things just really make this old lady's heart feel good.
Yeah, you all created something really wonderful, and the software in CATS is really a big part, and maybe a cause of it. There's so much software documentation. People still love the machine, so that's really a legacy. And you worked a lot with David Pleasance, who is here also, I heard. I'm
With
actually
David Pleasance, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking for an anecdote that will make him blush. Not many. I know.
David's hard.
Now let's get to the next.
Yeah.
So what was? Did you meet in the early days with Jack Tramiel?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So how was he?
Yeah.
Short?
Another character. Oh, funny. I'll tell you a good Tramiel story.
There's a lot said
where
about him. Yeah.
He's visiting Commodore UK. We're sitting in the conference room, and he asked if anybody had any questions for him. And the man who was the financial guy for Commodore UK said, yes, Jack, I have some extra cash. And what should I do with it? Jack reached down, picked up the brown paper sack that the lunch had come in, opened it up and held it in front of him. That was Jack. He could be a lot of fun. He was a tough boss, but that's all good stuff.
It sounds wonderful. I could mention and ask you about other names like Irving Gold or Mehdi Ali, what your opinion is about them, but maybe there's some questions in the audience that we should attend to. And
sure.
But I love talking to you. You seem like to be a pivotal person in the history of Amiga and Commodore at all, and like I call you the Queen of Commodore. if you allow me. So, are there any questions in the audience? Not a lot. I think you said it all. RJ says hi. Hi, Gail from from RJ. You have a question? No, no questions.
Yeah, I'll blow my kiss.
Should we really ask if she remembers good stories about RJ? No, there's an adult audience, so we're fine. Do you know, remember RJ, or you got anything?
Oh, of course
we
I
can bribe
remember
him
RJ.
with? 'Cause-
RJ invented the computer TV dinner, which was pizza at 11 o'clock at night back in the Los Gatos days. Let me tell you a story about Commodore Germany and some of the people there. We were getting ready to launch the Amiga, and so we would get together and practice. And again, I was coordinating with the people who were operating the computers. So I speak food, wine, and computers in any language, but not much beyond that. So they were kind enough to speak English through the rehearsals. I got called down to a marketing meeting elsewhere in the building and came back upstairs, and they started laughing. And I said, "What's funny?" And they said, "Well, you've been gone 20 minutes and we forgot that we could switch back to German while you were gone." So absorbed in what they were doing that they just kept going.
Okay, brilliant. So I think with an eye on the clock, we could end this conversation. It was really an honor. Thank you very much. I'll show you the audience if it works out with the laptop. And a well-deserved applause.
You're frozen.
So thank you very much, Gail. And have a great day.
There they are. I can see you. We're the Royal British way.
Zip. Hey.
Hey.
So, aufwachen. Es gibt einen speziellen Programmpunkt, der ist eben gerade, nein, ist schon vor einiger Zeit eingefügt worden. Und zwar heißt der Spezialgast. Und Spezialgast, das gibt auch einen Grund. Und zwar, wir haben einen Herrn hier, der hat, ich versuche nur ein bisschen aus der Wikipedia vorzulesen, ein amerikanischer Computerprogrammierer und Hardware-Designer, primär an einigen Dingen gearbeitet, wie zum Beispiel einer Tic-Tac-Toe-Maschine, das ist natürlich für hier wichtig, und an einem Gerät, das heißt Amiga 500, nein, steht gar nicht. Ja, wir haben jemanden hier, und zwar, der möchte gerne ein bisschen Fragen beantworten. Und zwar haben wir hier RJ Michael. Und zwar möchte RJ gerne nach vorne kommen. You might step up to your red sofa. I have a personal. You might just go. It's always the same thing. I will give you a hand. Don't be ashamed to. It's just. So. This is the guy who made it all possible. Naja, in a certain way. You may sit down, but if you want to stand, oh, he wants to stand. That's your personal microphone. It's the number 2.
Hello.
I am the number 1.
This is a loud microphone.
So, this is a Q&A. So, have questions. Many questions, much more interesting than I could do. So, RJ will feel itself very prominent and like a statesman standing in front and tell you, no, he will tell the truth. That's the difference. Please have some questions. Ein paar Fragen für RJ Michael.
Hi, everyone. So I have a young friend who came out and visited me recently in California. And my friend wanted to see the original Amiga building as part of the touring that we were going to do. And I took my friend over, and it was cool. It was fun for me to see that building where we all had worked originally, and it was just, and there's some other company in there now, but that didn't matter, you know, that was our building, that was the door, that's our parking lot. And before long, we're behind the back of the building where there's this big metal rolling garage door that we had used to make the sound effects of the Boing demo, where we hit that garage door with a foam bat and got that big booming sound. And I showed this to my friend, and of course, within seconds, we're there at the door, pounding on the door to make that sound effect again so we could hear it. And it had this weird effect on me that I hadn't expected. When I heard that sound again, it took me back. And I was suddenly remembering all of the people that I had worked with. I remembered just on the other side of that door was the software lab where we worked, and I remembered how cramped and crowded it was. And I was thinking about all the people that were involved in the making of the Amiga. And I get to speak a lot. I get to be sort of a public face of that whole Amiga thing because I come to a lot of trade shows, and so they hand me microphones, and I get to do some talking. But you know, I'm remembering now, all of a sudden, people like my wife Karen, who I met at Amiga, and we ended up getting married after that. And Karen was responsible at Amiga for making sure that we had software available for the launch. And when the Amiga launched, all of those games, all of the graphics and all of that we had on the Amiga was because of her, because of the job that she did. And she never gets up on the stage and talks to people about her experiences. And I'm now realizing more and more that there's so much more to this story than just my little corner of it. And so I've decided this is going to be one of my missions over the next couple of years, leading up to the 40th, so we can get it nailed by the time we get to the 40th and get a lot of these other voices out there and hear a lot of the other stories. Because you've heard my stories, and I don't want to bore you by telling them again, but... And, you know, the other thing that happened when I was listening to that door was I suddenly remembered all of everything that came after. And as evidenced by this show here today, look at all of these people. Look at all of the things that people are still working on, creating for the Amiga. Look how many passionate fans there are with it that are still keeping the spirit of it alive. I look at this crowd, I'm just stunned, I'm amazed, I'm delighted. My heart is touched deeply to see this kind of energy still happening. And I don't see this kind of energy for any other kind of platform, any other hardware system. You don't see, you know, the user groups and big, you know, events like this one for any of the other systems that came out. And we talk about what was it about the Amiga that is causing this to happen? What magic did it have? And I think the answer to that is just how accessible the machine is, that everyone can use it, everyone can work with it. You know, when we put the Amiga together, we were just a bunch of kids. We didn't know what we were doing. We were just having a lot of fun. It's just an outrageous thought. Well, let's get a bunch of people together and we'll just make a new computer. It's going to be great. And we did it. We pulled it off, and we've got this new computer now. And it's just, the whole thing is just completely stunning to me. And I can't tell you how delighted I am and how honored I am to be standing up here right now, have a chance to make your experience with the Amiga a little bit better by sharing my stories and you know, giving myself to it a little bit. And I just stand back every day and look at this and am stunned and can't thank all of you enough. And I hope to give everyone a hug sooner or later, because I hope and I keep hearing that the Amiga's made people's lives better, that it enriched you, that it made you, you know, helped you turn into an IT person or a graphic designer or whatever, programmer, whatever it is that you went and got into. And that's why we did it in the beginning, because we wanted to create a tool that everyone could use, that everyone could have access to, and wouldn't be too expensive and would be easy to understand how to use. And I look at this, and I mean, it's been 40 years since I joined Amiga, 38 years since we launched the first product, and it's still going strong like this. It's just stunning to me. So. Thank you. But that's all I really wanted to say. I just wanted to thank everyone here and let you know how much I appreciate the vibe in this place and the joy of it. And then I'm going to stop talking and take questions. If anyone wants to ask any questions about the early Amiga days. If you don't have questions, don't worry. I got lots of stories I could tell. But does anyone have anything in particular that they would like to know about? Yes, Beth.
So 40 years ago, what was it that brought you to go hang out with these kids? And did you ever imagine that the kind of impact you would have across the kids and the culture that happened after? What were you thinking was going to happen?
So what was I thinking was going to happen? What was I thinking when I went to California and joined a bunch of kids to go and create a computer in our garage sort of thing? It's a very good question. I'm still not sure of the answer myself. Because it was wacky. I think you may have heard the story already, but I'll repeat it. When I went and interviewed at Amiga, they told me that I was coming out to be tempted to join them in making a game system. And it sounded like a game system. I met with the boss of the company and the Jay Miner, the hardware designer. And they tell me, oh yes, it's a game system. It's going to be a great game system. We're going to love it. But then I went into the hardware lab with Jay Miner, and I see the big whiteboard that they have where they've laid out the diagram for the system, and there's not only all the game system components, but there's a port there for, where you could plug in a keyboard. There's a plan for a port where you could plug in external storage, and game systems don't have these things. I knew from the beginning that they had something bigger in mind, that the engineers themselves were dreaming of a bigger thing. And in case you don't know, that whole thing saved the life of the Amiga, because the Amiga was originally a game system. When I joined, it was. But then shortly after we started working on it, the bottom dropped out of the entire game marketplace, and no one was buying game consoles, and the entire thing died. And it was just because it had always been intended to have those kinds of advanced capabilities that we were able to change it from a game system into a real proper personal computer. And so we lucked out with that one. But it was that kind of energy that drew me to them in the first place. It wasn't really like lying, but it was like the engineers knew what they really wanted to do versus what the suits were talking about. Let the suits say whatever they want to say. We're going to do what we know is right. And that's part of not only what drew me to it, but part of, it's like the signature of the Amiga, a bunch of just wacky engineers going off and thinking we could change the world, that we could just throw something so cool together that people would love it and want to work with it. And we got there. You look at this, we got there. 40 years later, people are still loving the thing. But going off to California was a real big change in my life. I was a Chicago boy. I was born and raised in Chicago, and everyone there did not want me to go to California. They were really worried about the whole thing because, as my mom said to me at the time, beware out there. California is the land of fruits and nuts, she said. And she was right, because a bunch of wacky people out there. But I was too. I was just a kid. I didn't know. We said to ourselves, we're going to invent a new computer, and it's going to take the nation by storm. People are going to love it. Around the world, people are going to enjoy this thing. They're going to buy millions of them, and we're going to be real pleased that we did something good. And it happened. I mean, this is the astonishing thing. We thought it was just this goofy, wacky thing, and yet we managed to pull it all the way through. At least far enough that we could be attractive to Commodore. And boy, there's a whole story about Amiga and Commodore and Atari and how that whole thing happened. But it was a natural fit for me, because they were all these wacky, wild-haired engineers in California that were going to change the world, and that sounded good to me, so I had to join them. Yes, sir, please.
You were talking about the change in direction at the very start, where people thought you were doing a games console, and in reality it turned out to be a real computer. Was there, as we have seen so much later on, was there a management layer that didn't want to know about that change, or was there a fraction of the company that thought you shouldn't change into a computer or whatever? Can you elaborate on that whole decision process?
Yes, thank you. So, what was the decision process that led to us making the transition from it being a game system to a proper personal computer? It was one of the things that attracted me most to this group from the beginning, that it wasn't just the hardware, and the hardware was awesome. But from the beginning, even when it was a game platform, the intention was to have it be a multitasking operating system that was device driver driven, and all the things that the Amiga is now, those were intended to be there from the beginning. And one of the problems that we ended up having with the Amiga was, because in the beginning it was just a game system, we exercised less than completely professional programming standards. Like, we'd get down into the bottom of the layer of the graphic library, and the layer system would run out of memory. And it had no way to do anything about anything, so it would just pretend that it had gotten the memory that it didn't get and then crash the whole system. And if you aren't familiar with this, the 1.0 release of the Amiga was really crummy. It had so many bugs in it and problems like that because, one, we were kids. We weren't thinking well enough. We weren't being professional enough. We were just out there throwing stuff around and having a good time with it. But two, it was a game system. We didn't care. So, you know, if we ran out of memory and the thing crashed, well, that's too bad, but it's a game system. That mentality did not survive it transitioning to a professional computer because, you know, you can't have your stuff crashing all the time, and yet it did. And it's one of the big mistakes that we made when we were first working on the thing was not keeping it that under control like that. But because it was already a multitasking operating system, because it had the ability to add external storage, because the hardware itself already would handle a keyboard and a mouse and all of those devices, it was easy to make that transition. The only real hard part of the transition, as far as I know, was that we didn't have a user interface. It was a game system. The intention was you plug a game in and it would play the game. There was not any idea of interacting with it in any way. And if it was going to be a proper computer, we needed a user interface. And I think that ended up being my greatest claim to fame at Amiga, is that I did this thing called intuition, the user interface of the system. And I did that in 7 months. I created that thing from when I first sat down with a sketch pad and started drawing my drawings till when it was done was 7 months. It was 7 brutal months. We were racing against the clock. We had to have it done. And I worked like 100-hour weeks, like Haney said a short while ago, for 7 long months. But then we had the user interface as well, and the machine was, it was possible. It was not just possible, but we did it. We pulled it off. Regarding people inside the company, what did they think about it? I think that at that point, we had gotten so desperate for money that everyone was in favor of it. No one was opposed to us doing the right thing to stay in business because we were already walking the edge. I mean, there's all these stories I could tell you, and if we've got time later, come and approach me, I'll tell you all the stories. But here's a good one that doesn't get a whole lot of airtime. When Amiga was almost out of business, when we were almost out of cash, Jay Miner himself took out a second mortgage on his home to give the money to loan the money to the company so that we could make the payroll that month because it was looking too close. And we knew that if we didn't make one payroll, that it was going to make all the employees nervous and we might start losing people. And Jay Miner took out an extra loan on his house just to pay for it. It was that kind of spirit, that kind of energy. Everyone wanted it to survive. It wasn't just a job for people. It wasn't like, oh, I'll go get another job tomorrow. But we had this passion, believing in what we were doing. And so when we started getting desperate, it was clear there was no market left for a game system. All of this is the early 80s, and you might not know, but it became a desolate wasteland out there. It's mostly because game systems like the 2600, people were flooding the market with crap games. They were just throwing anything out there that they could. And people started hating these systems because you'd spend money on a game and it was junky, and this whole thing happened and the market collapsed. But everyone knew that, and so everyone was afraid that the effort itself was going to end. And when we came up with the idea of turning it into a personal computer, everyone was ecstatic about it. There wasn't anyone in the place that disagreed with it, because I think everyone recognized that the only other option at that point would be to cease to exist, and no one wanted that because we were so close with that machine. It was so beautiful.
Noch irgendwelche Fragen? Ja, of course, it goes on.
Well, I think I have a totally different question regarding guru meditation. I think you know that. On the web, you can read that it might come from some meditation on a joyboard. Is that true, or what is the story behind this name?
So the guru meditation number came into existence because we needed to, when the machine crashed, we needed to communicate some information back to the user about why it crashed, especially so that there's a chance you could look up those numbers or contact Commodore and find out what the numbers meant or something. But we tried out text to introduce this these numbers, and everything we tried sounded too professional or too scary, or we wanted something friendly, something Amiga-like as a way to introduce this. And when these crash messages would come up on the screen, we would sit there and think deeply and meditate upon our source code and open up our files and get into the deep zen of understanding. And we'd sit there quietly and study. And it turned into this meditation number, and then finally guru meditation number, because that just made it sound funnier to us. So that's why the guru happened. But it was nothing fancier than that. It was just supposed to be a lighthearted way to tell you that your machine had just died on you, but in a friendly, happy way. And then when Commodore came along, we were looking at all of this, and what we all decided together, even though a lot of the people at Amiga, me included, were really unhappy with the choice, but the majority people felt it was the right thing to do, to take guru meditation out and put something else in that was maybe a bit more professional, a bit more, not so lighthearted and funny sounding as guru meditation numbers. So we took it out for one of the releases of the system software, and the community went mad. Everyone was complaining loudly, where'd the guru meditation thing go? What is this noise? And so the next release, we put it back in, and it's still there to this day. Here's a funny little detail that you might not know. Beth's gonna like this one. When the guru meditation number shows up, there's that red border that blinks between red and black. And everything at this level of the system software has to be as small as you can possibly get it. So we had like really tight little routines to do this. And the way we did the flashing border was a simple little loop that after you put the message up, the loop would run and draw that border over and over and over again, repeating. It's just at first it would do it in red, then it would do it in black, then it would do it in red, then it would do it in black. But it never stopped running. But it ran on a loop, it counted. And the number of times that it would draw red before it switched to drawing black was 6809. 6809 was the CPU that we had used at Williams Electronics to develop a lot of arcade games like Sinistar and Joust, Robotron, those things. And so 6809 seemed like the perfect timing number, and the flashing was just about right. I don't know if Dave would know, or if anyone else here would know how that changed in later versions of the software. It was a hard-coded constant in the original Amiga.
Gibt es noch Fragen? Weitere Fragen? Another question? Yeah.
Are you still working in some form somewhere in Silicon Valley?
On the Amiga, do you mean?
No, just in general. Are you active there?
Active in what? Sorry.
Whatever you do.
Oh, what am I doing now?
Yeah. And then my next question is actually, what do you see happening there if you can compare the world there now compared to back then?
Mm-hmm. So where am I now? What am I working on now? And in particular, I'd like to answer about what I'm thinking about Amiga, but also, where is it going? Where's the generation of all of this going? I've been at Google now for 11 years, and I've been working in the research department for the last 8 of the 11 years, and all of that generative AI stuff that you see out there, the text and the graphics systems, I'm working on that stuff inside Google and having a great time. I don't know if any of the stuff I'm working on will ever actually get out to the public. That's not the point of the things I'm doing. I'm just experimenting and helping the researchers get better at what they're doing. But And unfortunately, the sad thing is that in this industry, there's so much chaos right now with what's going on with generative AI stuff that Google does not want to cause problems. Google doesn't want to be responsible for, like, for instance, stealing the art from artists and using that to generate new art. You know, when it just, there's a lot that feels wrong about that. There's a lot that violates the rights of artists and other designers. And so I don't know if my stuff will ever get out there, but I have the greatest time because we get to use some of the most fun tools on the planet. We got these big horses, engines that we get to goof around with, and oh man. But sometimes I think that I want to get back into game development as well, and I have several game ideas in mind, and you know, at first I would go for mobile. I would create a game for mobile devices, you know, the Android and Apple, that sort of thing, tablets as well. But I've made the decision that if I do create any games anymore in my life, that I'll always make a copy of that game to run on the Amiga, and I'll make a copy of that game to run on the Lynx if I can do it. Yeah. Oh, I love that thought. I mean, earlier today we saw there's new software being launched for the Amiga. All the time people are creating new hardware, new software, new devices. The emulator that we saw, all of this is just so amazing to me. I think this is, okay, I've been saying about the future, I've been saying that I don't think the Amiga could happen anymore. I don't think it's possible for 20 people to get together and invent a new computer and launch it into the world. But I suspect a lot of people might have said that same thing back in the 1980s, that this is already the, you know, there's IBM, there's Apple, there's no room for another computer to be, and yet we did. And we didn't listen to people saying no, we just did it because we wanted to, and it worked out. So I'm starting to temper myself now these days and thinking that, well, you know, we still, every once in a while you see a big software hit like Flappy Birds, where you know, they sell millions and millions of copies of this thing that this person just goofing around made a quick, fun little game as just a toy, and it took it took the world by storm, Flappy Birds did. And so it's like, it's still possible for a small group or an individual to make a big splash. And so I'm going to shut up about that one from now on and switch to the other side, where it's possible that the right group of people with the right kind of energy could put together another computer like that. Oh, another big difference, though, is that we learned the hard way that you need a lot of money to create a computer. We thought, I think we had 27 million? I don't remember, but there was way not enough to invent a whole computer. It was enough to invent the computer, but then you've got to market it, you got to manufacture it, you need a lot of money to have inventory and all of that stuff. So I think if I did it again, we'd need to make sure we had a lot better funding than what we had originally with the Amiga, but I could see doing it again. Not me. Oh, I could see me doing it again. But I could imagine other groups out there having that kind of influence and having that kind of play. But I don't know, it's so hard these days to compete against the big guys because they have so much, you know, they've already got so much inventory, they've got so many games, so much software. It'd be hard to catch up with something like that. But you see it happen all the time, and so I still have hope.
We have just one question left. Oh. Sorry to say. Eine letzte Frage. Wer will noch die wichtigste Frage heute stellen? Und nicht fragen, welche Schuhgröße er hat. Das ist eine mit Sinn. Fragen? Oh, da traut sich jemand.
The Amiga was known to be used in TV companies for TV production. How much have you thought about that from the beginning, that it should be able to do that?
I didn't hear the beginning of your question.
I was just curious, how much in your design of the Amiga how much
did I
think about that it could also be used for TV production, because it ended up being used quite a lot for that.
So the question is video production and how much did we anticipate that that was ended up being the really big launching point for the Amiga in the industry. We made some big mistakes when we developed the Amiga. One of them is, like I said, we weren't careful enough as engineers. We weren't disciplined enough. We got it. By 1.2, the system was rock solid, but another big mistake we made was MIDI. We didn't put a MIDI port on the Amiga, and it would have been trivial to do. It would have been trivial to drive from our audio capabilities, but we just didn't, and that was a shortcoming that ended up giving the Atari ST a big leg up on the Amiga, because the ST did have MIDI support built into it. But you know, even though it had all these shortcomings from the beginning, it was powerful enough to do the things we wanted it to do. And early on, people like the developer of the video toaster saw that the machine was even more capable than what we had invented. We had put all this power into the machine, but then when we released it to the world, it was the developers that uncovered this magic, these really powerful things, like turning it into a video production system. We had no clue. We had a little bit of clue. We wanted the system to be professional, and so another mistake we made is we got real close to creating an output that was up to the television standard of the time, NTSC in parts of the world, PAL in other parts. We got real close, but it wasn't quite good enough to be broadcast quality, and that was unfortunate for us, because we could have done that better. But then the video toaster came along, and they said, well, we'll put a port on there that is video compatible with the industry standards, and they found these things. They created these new things out of the tools, out of the building blocks that we had put together. And so the video production stuff, no one saw that coming. We had no idea that it would end up being as important, as significant as it was to the whole Amiga thing. But in the end, everyone just rejoiced over it, because that's exactly what we always wanted to do, to put tools out there that developers could use, that the end users would be comfortable with, and that would make the whole experience that much better for everyone.
Thank you very, very much.
One more question?
That's for you. That's not for me. I will give you a hand. Wenn ihr noch Fragen habt an Mr. Michael, könnt ihr das mit Sicherheit auch im Laufe des Tages. There's no problem, Ajay, there's no problem for people asking you things they want to know. You're still in duty? Okay, perfect. Tomorrow? Where?
Well, I'm around all evening. Come and find me. I'm happy to talk with anyone, yes.
No. No. Yeah, you can stay here in the front door if you want to on Sunday. Also das Kabel mit dem goldenen Anschluss, das sollte das Kabel sein, was ihr nutzen könntet. Ja, ihr habt das, was hier lang liegt. Das hier. Genau, ihr seid ja dran. Und dann, this one is okay? Yeah, take this one. This one you get the size. This one is okay? Yeah, take this one. 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 This one is okay? Yeah, take this one.
Arne, nimm mal ab. Hier ist dein Mikrofon, John. Ja, hallo liebe Leute. Mal eine kleine Frage zur Organisation. Wie viele von euch sprechen Deutsch? Okay, how many people are here who don't understand German? Okay. So I think we are going to do the next presentation and the demo contest in English then. Is this okay? Gibt es hier Leute, die kein Englisch verstehen? Ist hier jemand dabei, der kein Englisch versteht? Perfect. So we're sorted.
Habt ihr noch einen anderen Port? Oder ist das euer Verteilung irgendwie? Welche Auflösung habt? Achso.
Wem gehört denn das Bier hier auf der Bühne? Okay.
Vielleicht können wir den Tisch jetzt ein bisschen auf Seite stellen, weil das ist so. That's okay.
Do you want to start or shall I start, John?
It's up to you.
Okay, so maybe I start with a little introduction, right?
Sure.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Yes. So I don't know, does anyone not know who we are? You don't know? At least you're honest, that's good. So, I mean, we are Amiga fans. I suppose everyone here in the room is an Amiga fan. And our motivation to be here today is that we fall in love with the Amiga, some of us in the 80s, and the 90s, some of us a little later. And we believe that the Amiga was a very special computer of its time, and it's also a very special computer today, which has a very intelligent chipset, which allows you to do cool and creative stuff, which allowed you to play games that the other platforms, like the Atari ST or the DOS PCs, couldn't do at the time of the Amiga, and which also allowed us at that time to write a certain form of art, to make demos and intros, to show everybody else how much cooler we are, how much smarter we are, writing sinus scrollers, star fields, vector pops, and all the cool stuff which people at that time invented to show off. And to me, this is a big part of the Amiga. And our goal, the goal of the whole Apollo team, is to revive the Amiga. We believe that the Amiga is a very important computer of all time. And to me, it was a great fun and joy to learn programming, to understand how hardware works, to understand how graphics is constructed in a computer, to understand how music can be done with a computer. So Amiga to me was a big, big opportunity to learn how computers work. So it's basically a high school or university education that you can buy, or in my case, my parents bought for me when I got my Amiga. So this is what brings us here. And Arne, for example, he's pretty young, right? He got 16 just 2 months ago, and he's an Amiga coder. He wrote so far 4 games, I think, for the Amiga. So if you want to play some of his games, you can go to our booth. You can play this multiplayer Invader there, for example, and try out the games he wrote. And he's not only writing games, he's also trying to teach people how to write demos on the Amiga. So he has a tiny YouTube channel and does a lot of coding examples, showing people how to develop a demo, how to design Amiga technical effects like star fields or sinus scrollers, these kind of things. And we believe part of the Amiga culture was not only games, but also demos. And this is why we today are going to have here a demo competition. We show demo effects or demos developed by Amiga fans for this event here. And you guys will see now, I think 11 or so demos, and you will then be called as judges. Which one you think deserves to get a prize?
You're stealing my lines now.
I'm stealing your lines?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So I give the word to John, who is hosting us today.
I'm trying. Right, welcome. That was Gunnar. So he's kind of, well, he's going to be here pretty much correcting me every time I make a mistake, I'm sure. And yeah, we've got a lot to get through. So I said, I'm John. I'm on the Discord channel as well as AltVamp, but you can all come and ask us questions. If they're technical, you got no chance on me, so speak to Gunnar. So yeah, we're going to get through this as best we can. So as Gunnar was just describing, the main thing is going to be to go through these demos. We've got quite a few to get through, and hopefully after the demos are all done, you're all going to get a chance to vote. So we all need to make as much noise for the particular demo you like as possible. They kind of originally fall into 3 categories. So we had, the idea was we're going to have an A500 category. We've got a couple of demos to show that are basically running on basic A500s. An A1200 category, which we don't actually have any demos for that this year, and a V4 category, which we've got quite a few to get through. So we'll crack on. So here come the demos. Hopefully there's going to be some sound, I hope.
John, can we quickly tell the people what's the plan? Can you pause?
Yeah,
okay.
I can.
Maybe we can give you a quick guide of how the time is going to be. We are showing you now the 10, 11 demos. You pick for you what you like best, right? I mean, there are several criteria. You could look at the music, you could look at the graphics, you could look for what feels most to you as an Amiga demo, and we will count your votes by noise level, right? You will applause later on for the 10 demos, and who makes the most noise, gets the most votes, will be the winner. And after we have done this, we have here a guest here. This is Mario. Maybe some of you know him, or many of you. Mario's from Italy, right? Malta, sorry. And he is an Amiga coder. He runs his own YouTube channel where he also teaches people how to write demos. So he can give us some technical or programming-wise opinion on what he thinks on the demos that you vote for is very special. So we can talk about this and discuss later on. And after we've done that, we will run a quiz on Amiga knowledge questions. And everyone who yells out the answer to the question the fastest and loudest, if we can hear it, can come up here and can grab a baseball cap or a joypad or some other cool prizes. So that's the plan.
You're
right?
stealing my lines again.
I do.
This is what's going to happen all night, isn't it? I can see it now. I'm gonna have these all lined up, and you're going to come in there.
Okay. Sorry.
It's all right. It's all good. Okay, so let's see the demos anyway, and hopefully we can make some opinions and find a winner. This is hoping we got some sound. Some sound for the demos. Yeah, can we get the volume up or? Ah.
It's already up.
Audio.
It's on.
Ist das Audiokabel? Zu kurz?
No, there's nothing to plug into. It's a HDMI.
Und wo kann die auch Ton über HDMI?
There's nothing to plug that into. It's HDMI.
This is what maybe.
You can try.
Try.
There you go, modern technology. We've got a HDMI cable, but a 3.5-inch lead. So, yeah, make of that what you will. Right, let's try again. Is it going to go? There we go. There you go, right. You can hear perfectly now.
Reminds me a bit on Dungeon Master, doesn't it?
It's very good textures on it, I must say. It's Willem's driving. literally a playable demo as well.
Yeah, it looks like half a game to me. Reminds me a bit on Tron when I look at those eraser robots. Or
Okay, so I think that's all 11. Okay, we're going to do time to vote. We're going to come up and show you a slide with all the different demos on. So after we read out each one, if you could make as much noise as you want, depending on, you know, how you rated it, we'll try and find a winner. So we try to give each demo a name. Hopefully you can just about make out the pictures to try and coincide with the demos. So the first demo you saw was called Team, and it was the red scrolling one with the letters. You're going to make some noise for that one? Come on, there we go. There we go. Then we had Faces, which was exactly what it says on the tin. You're going to make some noise for that one as well with spinning faces? Anybody? Yeah. A lot of time and effort's gone into these, so let's see if we make some noise. Then we had the Cube, which was the sort of holographic one, the one in the blue. Yeah, good. And the very nice picture scrolling cube with all the lovely animals on it. We're going to make some noise for that one as well. You're judging this, you realise that? Okay, and then after that we had the tunnel effect demo that was spinning around, making me feel rather sick up here. But I'm sure it'll get some claps up from the audience. And then we had the checkers demo. There was someone very close to me that wrote that, so I'm sure that'll get some noise from the audience. The checkers. There we go. So that one and the first one were actually, they're plain 500 demos, so they're not using any advanced accelerators or Apollo equipment or anything, just basic 500s. And we got the Triad demo, which was quite a long one. There's some noise. They're getting louder. And then we had the dungeon demo. Yeah, there you go, some enthusiasm for the front. He likes the dungeon, that's good. And the racer, where they're racing around the track. Yeah. And then we had the drifter demo that was actually, that's actually a game, or it's in the process of becoming a game. So we made some noise for the game, the drifter game. And then finally, we got the spatial awareness demo with all the lovely melting text and the beautiful graphics that was on that. Can you make some noise for that one? There you go. So Gunnar.
It's very close, huh?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I think you said you were going to pick a winner. What do you think made the noise? Should we round it down to 3 and then see who gets the biggest cheer?
Yeah.
Yeah? Right, I think there was some definite vocal activities for the dungeon one from the front. So we'll have that one. And then the checkers one, and then what?
Okay.
What else do you think?
I think 11 was also pretty
Yeah?
good.
So right, I'm going to read out 6, 8, and 11 again. Checkers, dungeon, and a spatial awareness. We're going to pick one winner. So we want one really big cheer for the one you wanted to win. So, come on, who's going to vote for checkers? Oh. And a dungeon demo? And a spatial awareness one. Come on.
Okay, I think this is the third one made it.
I think he did. Have we got the coder? Is the coder here for that one? There's the coder. Would the coder like to come to the front and receive his award? Come on, Morton. We know who you are. Well done. This was actually still being developed during the show. So it was literally named about 5 hours ago. So he's been busy coding it right up to the last minute.
Congratulations by unanimous decision.
Yeah, apparently. The audience voted.
Very nice demo.
Has he got his
Can
award?
you tell us a little bit about what you did, what you showed to us for the layman? I just coded it up. Okay, well, that's guys, if you want to make such a demo, that's how you do it. You just code it up.
Have you not got his award here? His award's here, isn't it? The award.
The award. Arne, renn mal runter. Guck mal, wo die Award ist.
There is actually a nice glass plaque for the winner, which this is something we want to do every year. We want you to get involved in as well. So next year, or when the next show is, we want to get demo submissions from everyday programs, anybody that wants to take part.
Exactly.
If you want to write a demo and get it in there, we'll get you up on stage, even if you don't want to, and embarrass you, and then maybe even giving you awards. So there is a nice glass plaque for Morton, but, with the organisation being what it is, it's not here.
It will be here in time. Coding on Amiga, in my opinion, is fun. It can be a lot of fun. It's a learning experience. And get your Amiga out, get your V4 out. We will put all the sources that we have of all the demos on the next Apollo OS release. This means you will be able to get all the sources that we have hold of and use them to learn and spy or redo what the people did in those demos. So coding is also sharing and teaching, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So take part, and on the next event in 2 years, you can show your demo here and win the nice prize.
And be embarrassed. Don't worry, we'll keep Gunnar away from you.
Mario, can you tell us a little bit what you saw in this demo, what you think was cool?
So, first of all, I'd like to say something, if you don't mind.
Bring the mic closer.
Everybody started from zero, okay? That includes me. So if you want to start coding, it's never too late. You can start from today. So, yeah, it's an art. That's how I see it, and it's fun also. Sorry? So this is,
Come on, you got to hold that aloft like you've just won the Champions League here. Come on, come on. Hey,
There you go.
Woo!
What I was saying, I forgot. Everyone starts from zero? Yeah, everyone starts. Yeah, so you can always start. It's never too late. It's never too late. You can always start coding. You learn by mistakes too, so yeah, it's for me it's an art. It's a pleasure. Let's say that it's a hobby, and it's fun, and you can have fun also, no, doing this. From the demos, I'm old school, so I like the old school demos. So the one that was old school, I liked it. But also, I also like the others. I mean, first of all, they all deserve a huge clap. So please, yeah. Every effort needs to be, you know, applaud. That's how I see it. The others that were, let's say, interesting for me was the tunnel, the round tunnel. That was quite good for me. And also the one where triad, I remember the word triad with the scroll text on the, yeah. Those, yeah, also, yeah, also. Yeah. That's basically it, no? I mean, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mario. Mario runs his own YouTube and Twitch channels, and there's a very good and very old book from RamJam, Italian demo group, teaching in many episodes how to program demos for the Amiga. And Mario does an English version of this. For those of us which are not so good in Italian, this is very good. And if you follow his channel, his videos, you can step by step learn how to be a real demo coder. So this is pretty awesome. Thank you, Mario.
Thank you. There we go. We can skip forward all that. Okay. As we said earlier, we're going to do the same thing in the next one. So we don't know if that's next year. Depends on whether it's going to be back in 2 years, I hear. So
we will certainly do one when this event is again.
Yeah.
But